Chapter 30, 385. Song Ke possessed the physique of Extreme Path. Although he was no longer Extreme Path God Ancestor, he could still use the power of Extreme Path. That was the advantage of those pseudo-supreme masters who had fallen from the Extreme Path realm. Due to Song Ke's unconventional existence, quasi-supreme masters were not the strongest experts below the Extreme Path. Of course, there were very few people who had fallen from the Extreme Path realm. At that moment, Song Ke made his move. He had the physique of an Extreme Path expert, so he was not afraid of the Extreme Path Golden God Bone. However, the Extreme Golden Divine Bone was left behind by a peak Extreme Grade powerhouse after all, and contained a trace of that Extreme Grade powerhouse's invincible will. It was indeed not easy for Song Ke to suppress such an Extreme Grade Saint object. The two experts moved quickly in the void. The aura of Extreme Path that they emitted shocked the world. All the experts in the ancestral God realm could sense it. On this day, many old antiques who had not walked in the world for a long time were awakened from their deep sleep. Rumble! The whole world seemed like it was going to explode. Even the experts who were watching the battle from afar had to retreat further away. Who could withstand the terrifying aura of Extreme Path? Of course, except for Demon God. This guy can actually fight with my brother. Seems like it's not a shame for me to lose. Demon God Venerable's eyes flickered as he looked at the two figures moving quickly in the distant sky. He could clearly see all the moves of the two experts. Chaotic Golden Rock Sword. Song Ke roared and displayed his self-created sword principle killer move. It was an Extreme Path divine power. A shadow of a chaotic golden rock emerged from his body and soared into the sky. Countless feathers on the chaotic golden rock's body flew up and turned into rays of chaotic sword light. The chaotic sword light broke through the void and reached old ancestor Yu Qiong in an instant. It directly broke through Yu Qiong's divine shield. What? Yu Qiong was shocked. He had underestimated Song Ke's power. Buzz. The extreme Dao Golden Divine Bone in Yu Qiong's hand began to vibrate. An invisible force shook the void, causing the surrounding void to ripple like waves. The chaotic sword light collapsed in the void the moment the invisible force spread out, and some chaotic Dao patterns dissipated. What? Song Ke was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged. The extreme Dao Gold Godly Bone was extraordinary as expected, and the will contained within it caused even him to be extremely horrified. Song Ke, you're just S.O. Haha. Patriarch Yu Qiong laughed heartily. TSK, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me just because you picked up a bone from God knows where? Song Ke smiled and said disdainfully, this guy is just relying on that bone. It's nothing. If he doesn't have that bone, I can kill this guy with one hand. What did you say? Upon hearing this, old ancestor Yu Qiong was enraged. How dare this guy look down on me? Damn it, that look in his eyes was too detestable. As the old ancestor of the deity race, Yu Qiong had a high status in the deity race. He was used to being high and mighty, so when had he ever been looked down upon? Humph, don't you know what I'm talking about? If you have the guts, put away that bone and fight me. I'll let you use only one hand. Song Ke looked at old ancestor Yu Qiong coldly and said, You, old ancestor Yu Qiong almost went crazy after hearing this. However, he knew that Song Ke was right. If he did not use the extreme Dao Golden God's Bone, he would definitely not beat Song Ke's opponent. He could not even defeat the demon god. However, with the extreme Dao Golden God's Bone, old ancestor Yu Qiong would not be afraid of Song Ke, let alone the demon god. What? Did I say something wrong? Song Ke's face was filled with even more disdain. Go to hell. Old ancestor Yu Qiong was truly enraged. He immediately activated the extreme Dao Golden God's Bone and attacked Song Ke like a madman. You? Don't joke around. Song Ke quickly retreated in the void. Old ancestor Yu Cheong's attacks all missed. He did not even manage to touch the corner of Song Kei's clothes. There was no way he could hurt him. Roar! Old ancestor Yu Cheong roared into the sky. The shadow of a golden dragon appeared on his body, emitting an earth-shattering energy wave. He was like a reincarnated expert. However, what drove old ancestor Yu Cheong crazy was that he could not even touch the corner of Song Kei's clothes. He was about to go crazy. At this moment, Song Kei was extremely calm. He was not in a hurry to attack. The angrier his opponent was, the better it was for him. He was purposely provoking his opponent. As soon as Yu Cheong showed an opening, it would be the death of the deity race's old ancestor. Song Kei already wanted to kill Yu Cheong. Just as Song Kei and Yu Cheong were fighting, many mysterious and powerful figures arrived outside the chaotic Golden Rock Group's ancestral land. In an inconspicuous valley outside the chaotic Golden Rock Group's ancestral land, many black figures stood quietly. "Are we really going to fight?" one of them said. From his tone, one could tell that he was worried about something. Of course, there's no turning back. While Song Kei and the others are not inside, we can take over the ancestral land and take back what belongs to us. Another person said, but Emojio is still inside. That guy is not someone to be trifled with. Someone said something like that. Humph. Someone will take care of that old demon. Don't worry. The leader of the black-clothed men said softly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. They were already very unwilling to face the old devil. One must know that the old devil's prestige was earned through killing. It was unknown how many experts of the ancestral god realm had been killed by this old devil in that battle back then. No one present wanted to face this murderous demon. All right, it's time. Let's disperse. Remember, once the horn is blown, we'll attack immediately. The leader of the black-clothed men said, Yes. All of them hurriedly received their orders, and then they dispersed and vanished into the darkness of space. Not long after, the sound of a horn was heard. In the next moment, countless black figures rushed out from their hiding places and charged into the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. Enemy attack. Furious roars were heard from the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. All the experts of the chaotic Golden Rock clan who were guarding the ancestral land rushed out to stop the mysterious people. However, the mysterious people's cultivation base and combat strength were very strong. All the experts of the chaotic Golden Rock clan who were guarding the ancestral land were sent flying. What's going on? At this moment, the experts of the demons who were guarding Gu Fei's place of seclusion naturally sensed that someone had charged into the ancestral land. They were very curious as to how those people managed to pass through the formation and suddenly charge into the ancestral land. Go and take a look. Emo Gio said to an expert of the demon Dao beside him. Yes. The expert of the demons hurried out. Rumble. At this moment, a huge hand appeared in the void and slapped towards the expert of the demons who had just walked out of Gu Fei's place of seclusion. What? The expert of the demons was shocked and hurriedly slapped forward. Boom! With a loud sound, the two large hands violently collided against each other. A frightening energy ripple spread outwards, causing the empty space to tremble. The flowers, grass, mountains, and rocks below were directly turned into dust by the mighty energy ripple. The expert of the demon Dao screamed and was sent flying by a mysterious person. What? The expert of the demons was shocked. The other party had injured him with a single attack. How was he supposed to fight? The other party's cultivation base was definitely higher than his. Acting arrogantly in front of such an existence was no different from courting death. At this moment, a powerful figure walked in from the outside. It was a tall man with a body full of strength. His clothes were tattered, and he carried a rusty iron sword on his back. Emojio, where are you? As soon as the big guy entered, he roared and directly attacked the others. He stretched out his hand and directly attacked the stone golem. An incomparably powerful ripple of energy spread out from the giant hand, enveloping the entire area and sealing off the path of retreat for the 3 golems. Humph! The chaos demon ape snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the energy that was covering him was instantly broken by him. What? When the tall man saw this, he could not help but be taken aback. These 3 fellas didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Rumble! At this moment, a demonic hand descended from the sky. Bam! With a bang, the big guy was slapped into the ground, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The mysterious people who had just attacked from the outside were dumbfounded. That tall man was an expert. To think that he would be killed by a single slap from the other party. Roar! At this moment, a strong wave of god power erupted from that palm print. It was an extremely terrifying god power. Boom! At the next moment, a loud bang rang out. The ground exploded as a figure rushed out from the ground. Endless god light shone from this figure. It was extremely dazzling. When the powerful beings of the demons saw this, they could not help but be taken aback. Who in the world was this fella? To think that he would be able to survive a single strike from Mojo. This was way too overpowered. To the powerful beings of the demons, Mojo was an invincible existence. But now that there was someone who could stand against him, how could they not be shocked? This was especially the case for the powerful beings of the demons who had followed Mojo. They were feeling extremely uneasy right now. Chapter 30, 386. In the depths of the unfrequented primordial mountain range was a hidden valley. The entire valley was enveloped by a formation. Even Gu Fei couldn't see what was inside. Who are these people? A figure stood on a mountain several dozen li away from the valley. Under the night sky, the figure blended perfectly with the surrounding darkness. Even if the cultivation of the clone was similar to, or even stronger than Gu Fei's clone, they wouldn't be able to detect Gu Fei's presence. Gu Fei was very patient. He sat down on a boulder on the mountain peak. While Gu Fei was following Zi Yuntian to the depths of the primordial mountain range, Gu Zhong and Shao Qing returned from the Heaven Realm and returned to Wanxiang City. When Gu Zhong and Shao Qing found out what had happened, they were shocked. Are the cultivation forces of Buzhou Ancestral Star finally coming? Buzhou Ancestral Star was one of the 5 great galaxies with life in the human world. It had once produced an invincible sovereign, and the Xian clan was the clan that produced one. Where's my master? Is he still in seclusion? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei in the main hall of the city lord's estate. Master's real body is in seclusion. He's using a clone. The Iron Blood Taoist said. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's first disciple. He didn't dare to hide anything and told Gu Zhong everything in detail. Master might be going after that guy called Zi Yuntian. The Iron Blood Taoist added after some thought. The Xian clan? Gu Zhong harumphed coldly in the main hall and didn't say anything else. We should send someone to investigate. Little Qing suddenly said, it should be known that if the powerful clans of the ancestral star of Buzhou really crossed the star field to come here, this was definitely not a small matter. Perhaps all the clans of the Tonglong continent would not sit still. Yes. Gu Zhong agreed and ordered the Iron Blood Taoist to send someone to do it. Meanwhile, the ancestral star of Buzhou was in a state of chaos. Many powerful races were fighting each other, and some super factions were preparing to leave for the holy land of the world of cultivators, the soaring dragon ancestral star. It didn't take long for the sun to rise. Gu Fei's clone was sitting on a boulder, motionless like a statue. Not a single trace of aura could be sensed from his body. It was as if he had blended in with his surroundings. If one did not see him with their naked eyes, no one would be able to sense his existence. At dawn, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. He found that the fog in the mountains had not dissipated, which made him feel that something was wrong. He stood up from the boulder and observed carefully. He discovered that not only did the fog above the valley not dissipate, it had even become thicker. Gu Fei didn't want to alert the enemy, so he continued to wait. However, the two fellows who went in last night didn't appear again. "I don't believe that you won't come out," Gu Fei murmured to himself. He had decided to waste his time with Zi Yuntian and his clone. Meanwhile, Gu Zhong was frowning in the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion of Wanxiang City. Zi Yuntian's background was indeed suspicious, as the factions of Buzhou Ancestral Star had yet to travel across the star fields to come here. In other words, Zi Yuntian's identity, and even his name, were fake. It made Gu Zhong both shocked and furious. It seemed like a mysterious faction had their eyes on them. "Humph! Those people are courting death," Xiaoqing said. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to target them would end up in a miserable state. The rare phenomenon caused by Gu Fei's real body and the old tortoise had yet to disappear, shocking both Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing, who had just returned to Wanxiang City. It seemed like they had made some progress while cultivating in seclusion. If the two were able to reach the quasi-supreme realm, who in the world would dare to provoke them? No one knew when Gu Fei's real body would come out from seclusion, but Xiaoqing and the others were not worried that they would fail to defend Wanxiang City. Besides, Gu Fei had also sent out his clone. The Wanxiang City remained peaceful for a few days. There were not many people walking on the streets, as all the cultivators were cultivating, causing the city to seem deserted. In a primordial mountain range 10,000 li away from the Wanxiang City, Gu Fei was getting impatient after wandering around the valley for a few days. As he was about to attack the mysterious valley, a figure suddenly walked out from the entrance of the valley. It was a black-robed man. This black-robed man was extremely tall, like a bamboo pole. However, when he walked, he was completely silent, and his speed wasn't slow at all. The black-clothed man's face was covered, revealing only his eyes. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before following the man's trail. The black-clothed man carefully traversed through the mountain ridges and dense forests. Soon, the black-clothed man arrived in front of another valley and entered it. This valley was not that secretive, but it was also protected by a great array. The black-robed man walked straight into the valley. There was a transportation formation in the valley. The black-clothed man stepped onto the transportation formation and activated the transportation formation. He was instantly engulfed by a ball of divine light and disappeared into the void. There weren't many people in the valley, only a few black-clothed men walking around. From the clothes on these black-clothed men, it was impossible to tell who they were. "These guys are really mysterious," Gu Fei muttered to himself. He did not want to play the game of cat and mouse with these guys anymore. He walked out from the darkness and charged into the valley at lightning speed, capturing the black-clothed men. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it was easy for him to take down a valley like this. He didn't waste any time and immediately searched through the soul memories of the men in black he had captured. Soon he found out some things. These people were indeed from Buzhou Ancestral Planet, but just as Gu Fei had guessed, they were not from the Ziyun clan. They were from the Immortal Mansion of Central State. The Immortal Mansion of Central State used to be a super force on Buzhou Ancestral Planet, but it was destroyed by Gu Fei. However, when Gu Fei attacked the ancestral ground of the Immortal Mansion of Central State, some of the survivors of the Immortal Mansion of Central State escaped. He did not expect the people of the Immortal Mansion of Central State to appear again at this time. "I see." Gu Fei understood. The survivors of the Immortal Mansion of Central State actually had their eyes on him. They were really courting death. He didn't show them any mercy. When he found out their true identities, he killed the remaining members of the Middle Province Immortal Mansion. After killing the black-clothed men, Gu Fei stepped onto the transportation formation and activated it. He wanted to see where the guy was going. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. Soon, his eyes lit up and he appeared on another formation. Chapter 30, 387. The mysterious force had set their sights on the ancestor ground of the Chaos Golden Rock race. This was the place where the ancestor vein of the entire East continent originated from. It was also the best spiritual land in the entire East continent. Some people said that the primogenitor of the Chaos Golden Rock race, Sankei, was an innate god that was born from the ancestor vein. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew where Sankei was born from. Only he himself knew of his own origin. The mysterious force took advantage of the dark of the night to attack the ancestor ground of the Chaos Golden Rock race without any warning, heading towards the depths of the ancestor ground. The people of the Chaos Golden Rock race were completely unprepared. They were defeated right away. The people of the Chaos Golden Rock race and the countless powerful beings that were attached to the Chaos Golden Rock race started retreating towards the depths of the ancestor ground. They knew that that was the only place where they would be safe. Mo and the other powerful beings were gathered in the depths of the ancestor ground. If those people were to attack Mo and the others would definitely not sit idly by. Indeed, the thing that the people of the Chaos Golden Rock race were looking forward to happened. Mo made his move right away. A powerful demonic energy formed into a pitch-black demonic hand, slapping an extremely powerful being into the ground. However, that fellow was no weakling either. To think that he would be able to withstand a blow from Mo. Roar! After the huge man charged out from the ground, he let out a furious roar and charged towards Mo. The surrounding space was instantly shattered by his roar. At this moment, Mo. was extremely surprised. To think that this huge man could withstand a blow of his and not die. Furthermore, he seemed to be unharmed. How was this possible? At this moment, there was no time for Mo. to think, because the huge man had already arrived. Old man, go to hell! The huge man let out a furious roar and threw a punch at Mo. The moment his fist was thrown out, it turned into a fireball. The fireball lit up the entire heaven and earth. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? You must be tired of living. Mo. sneered. After that, he sent a palm strike towards the incoming fist. A ball of demonic light erupted from his palm. Boom! The power of the divine fire and the power of the demonic path collided in an instant, resulting in a huge explosion. The two powers then intertwined and wore each other down, forming a destructive force that spread out in all directions. Rumble, the void around the two experts, was constantly being destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone in the surroundings fled in a panic as if they were avoiding a god of plague. However, there were also a few extremely unlucky fellows who were affected by the mighty destructive force and were directly turned into a bloody mist before dissipating in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone who was fighting on both sides stopped. They were extremely shocked. The two figures separated in an instant. However, they immediately collided with each other and started fighting. The surrounding void was constantly collapsing and chaotic chi was being blasted out. What caused everyone to be indescribably shocked was that this unknown big man was actually able to fight endlessly with Mo. who had been famous for God knows how many years. Where did this guy come from? The three demons guarding outside of Gu Fei's seclusion grounds looked at each other in disbelief. One should know that Mo. was the strongest demon in the legends. When they were still small cultivators, Mo. was already an invincible expert whose name shook the world. Mo.'s fame was not just for show. It was earned through killing. Who knows? The extreme Een demon Spider shook his head. They were all experts from the chaos demon world. Naturally, they were unfamiliar with everything in the ancestral god world. Naturally, they did not know any experts from the god race. Who are you? Mo. asked as he fought with the big man. Humph! The big man did not say anything. He merely snorted coldly and punched towards Mo. with his fists that emitted boundless power of divine fire. Preposterous. Mo Jiu was enraged. How dare this guy ignore him? Damn it. Devour the heavens and earth. Mo Jiu immediately used his self-created killer move. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The void in front of him shattered and was swallowed by him. The big man was too close to Mo Jiu. There was no way for him to dodge, and he was swallowed into Mo Jiu's stomach. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Mo Jiu was too ferocious. He actually swallowed a peerless expert in a single gulp. Old ancestor is mighty. Old ancestor is mighty. The experts of the outer heavens, demons cheered. In their opinion, Mo Jiu was an invincible existence. Even in the ancestral god world, there were not many people who could be his match. In the past, Mo Jiu fought against countless experts of the god race in the ancestral god world alone. He killed many famous figures of the god race and successfully protected a group of demons from the outer heavens demon region. At this time, the experts of the mysterious forces who attacked the primal chaos golden rock race were dumbfounded. They thought that the big man would be able to fight against Mo Jiu. Who would have thought that the big man would be swallowed by Mo Jiu? Retreat! Someone shouted. The big man was swallowed by Mo Jiu. If they didn't retreat now, they would probably end up like the big man. Those experts of the mysterious forces who woke up from the shock immediately turned around and fled. Haha, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Mo Jiu laughed heartily as he opened his mouth and sucked. A heaven-devouring force immediately gushed out from his mouth. Miserable shrieks rang out as dozens of experts from the mysterious forces were sucked in and devoured by him. Not bad. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food. Mo Jiu said with a satisfied look. Ha! It's their honor to be able to become food for the ancestor demon. The experts of the outer heavens, demons, laughed. At this time, the experts of the other mysterious forces were scared out of their wits. Mo Jiu was even stronger and more terrifying than the legend said. After Mo Jiu devoured dozens of experts of the mysterious forces, the demonic aura around him grew even stronger. To a certain extent, the essence of the experts of the god race could be refined by the experts of the outer heavens demons and turned into demonic powers for their use. At this moment, the experts of the mysterious forces turned around and fled. They were in a panic and could not wait to leave this place so that they wouldn't be targeted by Mo Jiu. One had to know that being targeted by Mo Jiu right now was equivalent to being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Not only would they be killed, they would be devoured and turned into Mo Jiu's food. Ha! Run! Run! That's how it'll be fun. Mo Jiu laughed. Hearing Mo Jiu's words, the experts of the mysterious forces felt their hearts tremble as they fled in a panic. Ha ha! The other experts of the outer heavens demons laughed out as well. However, at this moment, Mo Jiu could no longer laugh. He could feel a surge of energy rushing out from within his body. This energy was extremely domineering. Even Mo Jiu could not help but be shocked. Could it be? Mo Jiu was shocked to the extreme. In the next moment, his stomach swelled up as if something was about to burst out of his stomach. Roar! Mo Jiu roared out in anger. He used all the energy within his body to suppress the energy that was about to burst out. He wanted to suppress this energy. However, things had gone beyond everyone's expectations. Mo Jiu was shocked and furious. He had never thought that something like this would happen. Rumble! Rumbling sounds came from within Mo Jiu's body. The demonic aura around his body was vast and mighty. It was as if a peerless demonic ancestor had descended. However, there was another surge of energy that was trying to burst out from within his body. What's happening? The experts of the outer heavens demons looked at Mo Jiu worriedly. They did not know that there was an extremely dangerous battle going on within Mo Jiu's body. This was the battle between divine energy and demonic energy. Could it be At this moment, the experts of the outer heavens demons could feel the powerful ripple of divine energy coming from within Mo-Gyo-Yu's body. I don't believe that I can't refine you. Mo-Gyo-Yu gritted his teeth and sat down in the void. After that, he circulated the demonic energy in his body to suppress the other surge of divine energy that was bursting out from within his body. However, Mo-Gyo-Yu's expression changed very quickly. He realized that the might of the divine energy that was bursting out from within his body was not inferior to Mo-Gyo-Yu's current strength. This surge of divine energy was difficult to refine. Mo-Gyo-Yu could only open his mouth and spit out a ball of divine light. The ball of divine light wrapped around a figure. It was the huge expert that was swallowed by Mo-Gyo-Yu earlier. The ball of divine light that was wrapped around the huge man soared into the sky. In the next instant, boom! With a loud bang, the ball of divine light exploded, and a figure walked out of the exploded divine light. This person was extremely domineering. The moment he saw Mo-Gyo-Yu, he immediately grinned. His pearly white teeth seemed to be sparkling. Seeing Mo-Gyo-Yu smiling at him, the huge man became even more enraged. Kill! Without any hesitation, the huge man charged towards Mo-Gyo-Yu. Chaotic heaven and earth. The big bloke roared in anger and immediately unleashed his killer move. Rays of divine light soared into the sky and turned into a terrifying blade light that slashed towards Mo-Gyo. Haha, what a joke. You want to create chaos with just this amount of strength? Mo-Gyo laughed in disdain. At the same time, his sleeves fluttered and shattered all the saber lights that were slashing towards him. Humph. Chapter 30, 388. Where did this nameless person come from? Mo-Gyo couldn't help but be moved. The big man's cultivation and battle prowess didn't seem to be inferior to his. It was rare to find someone with such cultivation in the ancestral god realm. Moreover, those people had fought with Mo-Gyo in the past, and it ended in a draw. If he were to go all out, those people would have to be cautious. Back then, Mo-Gyo used his fearlessness to scare off many experts from the ancestral god realm. Of course, not everyone could be scared off by Mo-Gyo's ruthlessness. There were experts from the god race who fought with Mo-Gyo and ended up with both sides heavily injured. Mo-Gyo could be considered as a legendary existence in the Chaos Devil realm. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the experts from the ancestral god realm. Mo-Gyo recognized all the experts in the ancestral god realm, but it was his first time seeing this big man. A person with such cultivation was definitely not a nameless person. Why do you care where I come from? As long as I can kill you. The big man pounced towards Mo-Gyo and slammed his palm towards him. Boundless divine power surged out from his palm and formed a huge palm in the void, pressing towards Mo-Gyo. This was the power of the extreme way. The moment the big man attacked, this power sealed off all of Mo-Gyo's escape routes. The big man's extreme way palm energy sealed off the entire void in front of him. At this moment, everyone had retreated far away and did not dare to approach. After all, a battle between experts of this level was absolutely terrifying. Once one was affected by it, one would definitely end up with the destruction of both body and soul. I'm just playing with you. Mo-Gyo sneered. He leaped from the back of the old bull and pounced towards the big man like a phantom. His entire body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring all the essence energy in the surroundings. Boom! The black shadow that Mo-Gyo turned into collided with the huge palm. In the next moment, the huge palm dissipated in the void and turned into the purest essence energy of the divine way, which was instantly devoured. Haha! Such pure essence energy. Give me a little more. Mo-Gyo's figure appeared in the void as he roared with laughter. At this moment, the huge man's fist was already right in front of Mo-Gyo. Mo-Gyo stretched out his right hand to block it. Bam! With a loud bang, the fist and the palm collided. Two powerful forces erupted and Mo.Gio's sleeves were instantly shattered by the force of the explosion. His sleeves fluttered in the air. The big man's sleeves were shredded in an instant, revealing his muscular arm. At this moment, his entire arm was trembling. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were releasing a powerful force. Green veins coiled around his arm like horned dragons. On the contrary, Mo.Gio's arm was sparkling and translucent like jade. The muscles on his arm were not well developed. However, many demonic symbols appeared on his arm. Roar. The big bloke roared in anger. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body, turning into heavenly swords that pierced towards Mo.Gio. At such a close distance, the big bloke's cultivation base and battle strength were similar to Mo.Gio's. Even someone as strong as Mo.Gio would not be able to dodge the sword light that shot out from the big bloke's body. However, in the next moment, the big bloke was dumbfounded. The moment the incomparably sharp sword light came into contact with Mo.Gio, it disintegrated instantly, turning into specks of divine light that dissipated into the void. What? The big bloke was taken aback. Right at this moment, a large foot landed solidly on the big man's chest and abdomen, sending him flying. Kid, the bridges that your daddy has walked on are more than the roads that you've walked on. You're still too green. Mo.Gio took a step forward and caught up to the big bloke, who was sent flying. He then stomped down with his foot. Bam! A dull thud rang out as the big bloke was stomped down from the sky by Mo.Gio's foot. Like a meteor, he fell from the sky. Boom! Smashing onto the ground. A cloud of dust rose up into the sky as a huge crater was formed on the ground. Looking at this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This Mo.Gio had swallowed the big bloke earlier on. However, the big bloke was still able to force Mo.Gio to spit him out. And now, Mo.Gio had once again stomped the big bloke down from the sky. In conclusion, Mo.Gio was the one who was leading this battle. The big bloke was at a complete disadvantage. This was something that anyone could tell. Boom! In the next moment, the ground exploded as the big bloke dashed out from it. Like an unkillable cockroach, he appeared before everyone's eyes once more. Old fart, are you trying to help your daddy scratch an itch? Ha ha ha. The big bloke roared out in laughter. Humph, a fella who doesn't know his place. Mo.Gio was enraged. This fella was simply too insolent. In the next moment, he disappeared from the void and reappeared before the big bloke. What? The big bloke could not help but be taken aback. The other party's speed was simply way too fast. I'll send you on your way, Mo.Gio said coldly. At the same time, Mo.Gio's body erupted with an extreme amount of demonic energy. A demonic shadow dashed out from his body and pounced towards the big bloke. What is this thing? Seeing this, the big bloke could not help but be stunned. However, he did not dare to be careless. The blurry demonic shadow gave him an extremely strong and dangerous feeling. This was the most direct reaction an expert would have towards danger. Swoosh! The big bloke immediately retreated. However, the demonic shadow that dashed out from Mo.Gio's body was like a shadow. In an instant, it pounced onto the big bloke's body. In the next moment, the big bloke screamed out in pain. The clothes on his body turned into ashes in an instant. The muscles on his body shrunk at a rapid speed. It was as though all the energy in his body was being sucked dry. Seeing the scene, everyone could not help but be shocked. That demonic shadow was actually able to injure the big bloke that was like an unkillable cockroach. This was especially so for the experts from the mysterious powers. They knew the background of the big bloke. Some of them retreated silently, not wanting to die here. Of course, there were still some who were watching from the sidelines. Humph, even if you're an unkillable cockroach, you still have to die. Mo.Gio sneered. At this moment, the big bloke seemed to have lost. The demonic shadow pounced onto him. The demonic shadow was actually crazily devouring his energy. After devouring a large amount of energy, the demonic shadow gradually became more solid. Just as the big bloke was being entangled by the demonic shadow and was screaming in pain, a powerful fluctuation came from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground. Is Gu Fei coming out from seclusion? Mo Juyo's eyes lit up when he sensed the fluctuation. If Gu Fei was coming out from seclusion, they would have to prepare to return to the Chaos Devil world. After leaving for so long, even Mo Juyo could not remain calm at this moment. The Chaos Devil world was his world. That was where his roots were. However, countless years had passed. He did not know if his inheritance could be passed down. This was also what the other experts from the demons were worried about. Even if they could return, the Chaos Devil world would have changed to a point where they could not even recognize it. At this moment, 3 powerful demonic shadows dashed out from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock Race's ancestral ground and attacked the other experts from the mysterious powers. Swoosh! Streaks of black spider silk pierced through the void, trapping the experts from the mysterious powers and turning them into dried corpses. Their essence was devoured by the spider silk. On the other side, a demonic ape charged into the crowd of experts from the mysterious powers. Screams, cries, and screams instantly rang out. The demonic ape swung its long arms, sweeping the experts from the mysterious powers away. Some of the experts from the mysterious powers were directly shattered in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist. The dragon head demon was also extremely domineering. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing over a dozen powerful figures into its stomach. The experts from the mysterious powers were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They turned around and fled in a panic. However, it was already too late. How could the experts from the mysterious forces contend against the 3 great gargoyles? They've made their move. Gu Fei is coming out from seclusion. The people from the Chaos Golden Rock race were overjoyed to see the 3 stone devils taking action. One should know that the 3 demons were Gu Fei's most loyal subordinates. The 3 demons were only protecting Gu Fei, who was in seclusion. Everything else had nothing to do with them. Even if the Chaos Golden Rock race's ancestral ground was attacked again, they wouldn't help. The Chaos Demon apes only had eyes for Gu Fei. Now, the 3 demons had finally made their move. The only person who could make the 3 demons take action was Gu Fei. Therefore, Gu Fei should have come out from seclusion. Sure enough, a figure walked out from the depths of the Chaos Golden Rock race's ancestral ground. His body was shrouded in chaotic light that could be seen with the naked eye. After this seclusion, Gu Fei's flesh and bones had become even stronger. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through to the extreme grade realm, his combat strength had greatly increased. Take down these guys. Don't let any of them go. Gu Fei ordered the surrounding experts. Yes, my lord. The experts immediately accepted the order and attacked the experts from the mysterious powers. In an instant, the experts from the mysterious powers who had entered the Chaos Golden Rock race were defeated. At this time, the big man let out a furious roar and shook off the black shadow on his body. He directly broke through the void and rushed into the chaos in an attempt to escape. Seeing this, Mo Juyo immediately rushed over and chased after him into the chaos. Chapter 30, 389. The mysterious force's sudden attack on the chaotic Golden Rock race's ancestral land caused great damage to the ancestral land. The chaotic Golden Rock race was both shocked and furious. The ancestral land that had been restored was destroyed again after the battle. Fortunately, the deepest part of the ancestral land was not damaged. This was because Gu Fei was in seclusion there. Of course, with Mo Juyo's help, the mysterious force was stopped. At the last moment, the mysterious force could not hold on anymore. Gu Fei came out of seclusion just in time. Therefore, the mysterious force was defeated by the 3 gargoyle demons. The mysterious force was defeated. Apart from a few lucky fellows, all the mysterious experts that attacked the ancestral land of the chaotic golden rock race died. The demons could not wait to devour more cultivators' essence to recover and improve their cultivation and combat power. There was a reason why the demons became the public enemy of the world. This unscrupulous act of devouring other cultivators' essence to improve their cultivation and combat power would directly incur the wrath of the public. Gu Fei came out of seclusion. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even if Gu Fei did not come out of seclusion, there was no suspense in this battle. Mo Geo was not to be trifled with. The primal chaos golden rock race's ancestral land regained its peace. Gu Fei met with Mo Geo on a mountain peak shrouded in primal chaos energy. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a huge boulder. Behind him stood the primal chaos demon ape and the other 2 golem demons. "When do you plan to go back?" Gu Fei asked. Mo Geo, who was riding on the old black bull, naturally knew what Gu Fei meant. He thought for a moment and said, "The sooner the better." "The sooner the better? Got it. Let's do it 3 days later at noon. Go back and prepare." Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "All right, let's do that." Mo Geo nodded and bade farewell to Gu Fei. Then he led a group of experts from the Heavenly Demon Clan out of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. The chaotic Golden Rock territory was the base camp of the demons after all. The demons had been operating there for countless years. There were definitely a lot of things that needed to be sorted out and taken away. Gu Fei only gave the extraterrestrial demons 3 days to sort things out. Naturally, the extraterrestrial demons were very busy. "All right, guard outside and don't let anyone in," Gu Fei said. "Yes, master." The 3 gargoyle demons walked out from behind Gu Fei and disappeared into the void. Demon God Venerable and San Ke are too useless. After the 3 gargoyles left, Gu Fei muttered to himself. It was just taking back the immortal medicine ridge and chasing away those fellows from the deity race. Was it really that troublesome? In Google Rock Beast, which gargoyle demon demonic king god, mountain golden mountain, saint and god, God, mountain, golden god, mountain, and god. Should I go and take a look? Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. What's there to worry about? Gu Fei said and closed his eyes. Soon he was shrouded in a ball of chaotic divine light. The aura of the chaotic great path lingered in the void. Within the primal chaos divine light, blurry Tao patterns could be vaguely seen. Each Tao pattern exuded an immortal aura. Gu Fei entered an enviable cultivation state. This was the cultivation state that many cultivators dreamed of. It was similar to an epiphany. That Gu Fei is terrifying. In the sky, an old man riding an old black bull was talking to himself. He seemed to be walking slowly toward the depths of the starry sky. This old man was Mo Geo. He noticed that Gu Fei had become different after coming out of seclusion. He keenly noticed that something had changed in Gu Fei's body. Mo Geo might have had a chance of winning against Gu Fei before he went into seclusion. However, after coming out of seclusion, Gu Fei's cultivation base and battle prowess might not be any weaker than his. Mo Geo sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. He rode the old black bull and quickly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, 2 powerful auras of the extreme Great Path surged in the immortal medicine ridge. San Ke used his extreme Great Path power, but his opponent's Golden Divine Bone also unleashed an extremely powerful extreme Great Path power. It was the power of Extreme Yang. The Golden Divine Bone in old ancestor Yu Qiong's hand emitted a dazzling golden light that dyed the entire sky and earth golden. Kill! Kill! The 2 silhouettes collided with each other in an instant, causing a deafening explosion. The 2 silhouettes were sent flying by each other's power. A terrifying destructive power spread out, and a large area of the void was annihilated. This was an apocalyptic scene, terrifying to the extreme. Even the demon god couldn't help but be moved when he saw that scene. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the mighty power that could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the other clansmen of the deity race were hiding in the immortal Medicine Ridge. The entire area was enveloped by the extreme Great Path formation. The people of the deity race could only hide in the immortal Medicine Ridge to avoid being affected by the explosion of the two experts. We can't go on like this. We have to help the old ancestor. On a mountain peak in the immortal Medicine Ridge stood a black-clothed young man. Behind him stood 3 black-clothed, middle-aged men. The 4 deity race experts on the mountain peak emitted a tyrannical aura of the divine path. They were all true deities. Young master, how can we help? We don't have the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. A slender, black-bearded, middle-aged man sighed. That's right. With our cultivation base and battle prowess, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Another short, hunchbacked, middle-aged man said, Actually, it's not that we can't help. The white-faced, beardless middle-aged man with a black feather fan in his hand waved the feather fan in his hand. He looked extremely shrewd as he stared at the 2 figures fighting outside. What do you mean? The young cultivator's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. His face was filled with excitement. This formation isn't only for defense. It should be able to attack as well. The middle-aged cultivator with the feather fan said, Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The young cultivator came to a sudden realization. Then what are we waiting for? The other 2 middle-aged cultivators quickly said. They couldn't stay calm anymore. One must know that the other party had 2 experts, while the deity race only had old ancestor Yu Qiong. If they could help old ancestor Yu Qiong and defeat Song Ke, the immortal Medicine Ridge would belong to the deity race forever. The immortal Medicine Ridge was a very important place to the deity race. The spiritual herbs here were too abundant. More than half of the spiritual herbs in the entire eastern continent were in the immortal Medicine Ridge. Chapter 30, 390. The Heavenly God clan was determined to take control of the immortal Medicine Ridge. They would never give up on it because they would be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs. Using elixirs to nurture the younger generation of the clan would allow their cultivation to increase at a much faster rate. This was the use of elixirs. The purpose of cultivators using elixirs was to increase their own cultivation and combat strength. Because of this, the chaotic Golden Rock clan needed spiritual herbs even more. After being chased by the Golden Crow clan for countless years, the number of their clansmen decreased sharply. Only clansmen with low cultivation were left. Because the Chaos Golden Rock clan's clansmen were not strong enough, they were able to hide in the marketplace and avoid the Golden Crow's pursuit. Now that Song Ke and their ancestor were back, the chaotic Golden Rock clan saw hope. As long as their ancestor didn't die, the chaotic Golden Rock clan would be able to rise again. However, the cultivation of these clansmen was too low. They needed spiritual herbs to increase their cultivation. Therefore, Song Ke couldn't lose the immortal Medicine Ridge. It was too important to him. If he wanted to revive the chaotic Golden Rock clan, the spiritual herbs in the immortal Medicine Ridge were the key. At this time, Song Ke and old ancestor Yu Qiong had already fought their way into the primordial chaos. In the primordial void, the extreme Tao's power was vast and mighty. An extremely powerful extreme Tao's aura surged out from the primordial chaos, causing the entire world to shake. These 2 fellas, the experts watching from afar, were indescribably shocked. Although the cultivation and combat strength of these 2 experts weren't much stronger than them, they could use the extreme path's power. This was the essential difference. Yu Qiong died. Song Ke stared at the silhouette in front of him and said in a deep voice, Humph, you'll be the one to die. Old ancestor Yu Qiong sneered. Then the golden bone in his hand turned into a golden ray and rushed into his body. Boom! In the next moment, 9 golden runes emerged from his body. He seemed to have turned into an extreme path expert. A powerful aura of extreme path spread out, dispersing the chaotic aura in the surroundings. Even San Kei couldn't help but be moved when he saw the scene. That guy actually fused with the extreme god bone. How was that possible? Fusing the extreme god bone into one's body was definitely an incomparably dangerous thing. If one was not careful, the extreme god bone in one's body would directly explode, and one's body and soul would be destroyed. Haha! Meanwhile, old ancestor Yu Cheong started laughing madly. Song Kei's expression didn't look too good. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up their sleeves. It seemed like the deity clan's inheritance in the eastern continent wasn't due to luck. I told you, the one who will die today will be you. Ancestor Yu Cheong retracted his smile and said coldly while staring at Song Quebec, then bring it on. Song Kei crooked his finger at Ancestor Yu Cheong and said in disdain, Schwa. In the next moment, old ancestor Yu Cheong's figure disappeared into the void without a trace. Such a method was truly terrifying. However, Song Kei soared into the sky without hesitation. As expected, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. The place where the figure appeared was exactly where Song Kei had been standing earlier. If Song Kei was half a step slower, he would have been hit by old ancestor Yu Cheong. So fast! Song Kei was shocked upon seeing this. After fusing with the extreme god bone, both his strength and speed had improved. Wang. At this moment, a sword hum rang out. Streaks of extremely sharp sword light shot out from old ancestor Yu Cheong's body, piercing towards Song Kei with overwhelming force. Humph! Song Kei sneered coldly. A ball of divine light burst out from his body. The countless sword rays were reflected when they struck the layer of divine light. What? Old ancestor Yu Cheong was dumbfounded. The sword ray he had unleashed was of the extreme god realm, but it was blocked by a ball of divine light that emerged from his opponent's body. To old ancestor Yu Cheong, Song Kei was merely someone who had fallen from the extreme god realm. Even though he was stronger than a quasi-extreme god realm supreme, it was still difficult for him to go against the extreme god sword ray. Rumble! Song Kei fought back. He waved his fists and clashed with old ancestor Yu Cheong. The entire chaotic void was boiling as powerful energy waves spread in all directions. This guy! Old ancestor Yu Cheong was shocked. Song Kei was like an undying cockroach. Even if he was sent flying, he would immediately rush back to kill. Boom! Bang! The two figures were like gods and demons in the chaos, fighting with all their might. They wanted to completely defeat and eliminate each other. What's going on? At that moment, outside the chaotic void, everyone anxiously looked at the pitch-black hole in the sky. The two extreme god realm auras were coming from it. Demon God wanted to rush into the chaotic void, but he immediately stopped as soon as he took a step. He stood guard outside the chaotic void. Brother, don't fail miserably. Demon God could not help but worry for Song Quebec. Even with his cultivation base, it was difficult for him to see the two figures fighting in the chaotic void. Because the chaotic void was in complete chaos, no one could use their divine senses to investigate what was happening inside. Not even an expert like Demon God could do it, let alone other cultivators. However, at that moment, the extreme god formation that shrouded the entire immortal medicine ridge suddenly changed. Swoosh! A strong light suddenly rushed out from the peerless formation and pierced through the demon god in the sky. A powerful wave of extreme god realm energy burst out from the strong light. What? The demon god was taken aback and quickly dodged the sudden glaring light. However, his clothes were still swept by the divine light. The parts of his clothes that were swept by the divine light immediately turned into dust and dissipated in the void. This monster god Venerable was shocked again. How dare those bastards from the celestial god clan sneak attack me? They must be tired of living. Kill! Enraged, the demon divine Venerable slammed his palm towards the immortal medicine ridge below. A huge hand immediately appeared in the void. Monster god Venerable was shocked again. How dare those bastards from the celestial god clan sneak attack me? They must be tired of living. Kill. Enraged, the demon divine Venerable slammed his palm towards the immortal medicine ridge below. A huge hand immediately appeared in the void. Chapter 30, 391. Song-K and old ancestor Yu-Cheong fought in the chaos. A terrifying aura of the extreme path spread out from the depths of the chaos, causing the experts in the vicinity to tremble. That was the power of the extreme path. Although it was not the real extreme path, it was enough to frighten a quasi-supreme level expert. Rumble! High up in the sky, in the broken void, the chaos chi was vast and mighty. From time to time, rays of divine light broke through the chaos and pierced through the void. Just as Song-K and Yu-Cheong were engaged in a life-and-death battle in the depths of the chaos, there was a huge change in the immortal medicine ridge. The defensive extreme path formation had turned into an offensive formation. Swoosh! A dazzling divine light rushed out from the formation's eye and pierced through the demon god in the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. That was the power of the extreme path. It could shatter the void and was extremely powerful. The demon divine lord quickly dodged. Preposterous! He was furious. These guys are simply courting death. You should be happy that I didn't attack you. How dare you provoke me? Kill. Without any hesitation, the monster god roared and slammed his palm down. The powerful monster god's power erupted, and a huge hand appeared high up in the sky. Rumble! The giant hand condensed from the demon god's power emitted a terrifying wave of energy. It was like a primordial divine mountain as it obliterated the extreme path formation below. The giant hand that was bigger than a mountain covered the entire sky. It shocked and terrified the deity clansmen in the immortal medicine ridge. Boom! As the giant hand fell, the void was directly obliterated. The formation that enveloped the entire immortal medicine ridge shook. Lines of formation patterns appeared in the void and intertwined into a mysterious formation diagram. The demon god's big hand directly fell on the big formation, but it was blocked by the formation map. Swoosh! Another beam of divine light rushed out from the formation eye of the extreme Tau formation. The beam of divine light was so powerful that it instantly pierced through the demon god's giant hand, condensed by the demon god's power, and directly pierced through the demon god. The demon divine master did not confront the power of the polar great formation head-on. He dodged it in a flash and pounced on the polar great formation below. Haha, this fellow actually walked right into the trap. He's courting death. In the formation eye of the extreme path formation, a black-clothed young cultivator laughed out loud. He was the one who triggered the extreme path formation's power to attack the demon god. However, the demon divine lord was an ancestor-level existence, after all. How could he be so easily fooled? Boom! At that moment, a powerful devouring force surged out from the formation eye and instantly swallowed the demon god who was swooping down from the sky. Humph! The demon god who was swallowed into the formation eye of the extreme great formation sneered. He did not panic at all, but instead showed a hint of pride on his face. Go to hell. In the formation eye, the black-clothed young man, Mu-Go, stared at the figure in front of him who was trapped by countless formation patterns with a hint of madness in his eyes. With his cultivation base, he was not qualified to compete with an ancestor-level existence like the demon god. However, he now possessed a powerful power that could kill an ancestor-level existence. To Mu-Go, the feeling of wielding great power made him extremely excited. Under Mu-Ji's control, the formation patterns that trapped the demon god immediately changed, intertwining and condensing into a killing map. It was a polar great formation that directly obliterated the demon god. The power of the Polar Great Path sealed all the demon gods' escape routes. The immortal Medicine Ridge's Great Formation was set up by Tsonkhe when his cultivation base and combat power were at their peak. It could be said that even if a real extreme Tao god ancestor came, it could still resist for some time. However, the demon god was not an extreme Tao god ancestor. However, the Great Formation could not hurt him because he already knew the truth of the Great Formation from Tsang, Quebec. In fact, when Tsonkhe decided to attack the Golden Crow clan, he had already told the demon god about the immortal Medicine Ridge. Although the demon god was trapped in the Polar Great Formation, he was still calm. Rumble, the demon god, sneered when he saw the formation patterns emitting a terrifying aura of destruction coming toward him. The moment the formation patterns were about to be obliterated, the demon god flipped his right hand and a divine bead appeared in his hand. The next moment, countless formation patterns rushed out from the divine bead in the demon god's hand. The formation patterns that were about to obliterate the demon god dissipated in the void and were assimilated by the formation patterns that rushed out from the divine bead. What? The young cultivator, Mu Go, was dumbfounded when he saw that scene. Soon, a scene that shocked Mu Go even more appeared. The divine bead in the demon god's hand flew up and emitted the most dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, there were looming divine patterns. Mu Go could clearly sense that he had lost control of the entire Great Formation. How did this happen? He wanted to activate the power of the Great Formation, but there was no movement. How is this possible? Mu Ji's shock was no small matter. Young lord, we have to retreat. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the black feather fan appeared behind Mu Go. Damn it! Mu Go was very unwilling, but he had no choice. He knew very well that the demon god was trying to seize control of the entire Great Formation. How did he do it? No one answered. Once the control of the killing formation fell into the hands of the demon god, he would die without a burial place. That was definitely not the ending that Mu Go wanted. Therefore, he could only escape. Haha, are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? The demon god said with a laugh. His tone was full of disdain. It turned out that a young boy was controlling the killing formation. How ridiculous. He naturally would not let that guy go, but it was not easy to catch that guy because he had yet to fully control the Great Formation. The demon god desperately urged the power of the demon god in his body, and the formation inside the divine bead suspended above his head was constantly recovering. There was actually a Great Formation inside the divine bead. The Great Formation inside the divine bead and the immortal Medicine Ridge's Great Formation came from the same source. The divine bead in the demon god's hand could control the entire Great Formation. That was the reason why the demon god was not afraid of being devoured by the killing formation. That divine bead was given to the demon god by Tsang, Quebec. With that divine bead, the demon god could control the entire Great Formation and regain control of the Great Formation. This, all the experts who saw that scene could not help but be moved. At that moment, the heavenly god clansmen in the immortal Medicine Ridge were dumbfounded by the sudden upheaval. When Mu Go was taken away by the three experts, the demon god finally gained full control of the immortal Medicine Ridge's Great Formation. However, it was already too late. Damn it! The demon god roared at the sky. The entire Great Formation shook. He grabbed the divine bead in his hand. At that moment, he had already gained control of the entire Great Formation. It was a force so powerful that it could compete with a true extreme great expert. In the next moment, rays of destructive divine light descended from the sky and fell on the heavenly god clansmen in the immortal Medicine Ridge. Run! A loud shout came from the immortal Medicine Ridge. Then, a group of incomparably powerful figures rushed out of the immortal Medicine Ridge. However, the divine light that descended from the sky still fell on them. Then, almost all of the unlucky heavenly god clansmen were blasted into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Mu Go, who had already escaped from the extreme grade Great Formation, couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw that. That fellow was really ruthless. At that moment, there were only a dozen Heavenly God clansmen who survived in the immortal Medicine Ridge. However, hundreds of Heavenly God clansmen were actually killed by the demon god's attack. Young Lord, run! The three experts protected Mu-Go and immediately fled. They did not dare to stay. Swoosh! A divine rainbow shocked the sky. 10 rays of destructive divine light directly rushed out of the Great Formation and pierced through Mu-Go and the others. You want to kill us all? The slender and thin, middle-aged man said angrily. He then turned around and threw out an item. The item instantly enlarged, and the 10 rays of divine light directly collided with it. In the next moment, the item directly shattered in the void, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating. As for Mu-Go and the other two, they crushed a jade talisman and disappeared into the void, escaping without a trace. Count yourself lucky. The demon god was naturally displeased to see the 4 guys actually escaped. Therefore, the dozen Heavenly God clansmen in the immortal Medicine Ridge were going to be unlucky. There was no suspense. The immortal Medicine Ridge was enveloped by the extreme grade Great Formation. Although the dozen Heavenly God clansmen could survive the divine light attack, it was difficult for them to survive the demon god's attack. The extreme grade Great Formation was activated. None of the dozen Heavenly God clansmen could resist the extreme grade Great Formation and survive. All of them were destroyed by the extreme grade Great Formation. It could be said that apart from old ancestor Yu-Cheong, Mu-Go, and the other 3, the Heavenly God clansmen were all annihilated. It was definitely a heavy loss for the Heavenly God clan. I can't believe we took back the immortal Medicine Ridge so easily. The demon god did not expect that he could take back the immortal Medicine Ridge with his own strength. Of course, this was the credit of the divine pearl that Sankei gave him. If it was not for that divine pearl, he would not have been able to control the extreme grade Great Formation so easily and counterattack the Heavenly God clansmen. Just as the demon god took back the immortal Medicine Ridge from the Heavenly God clan, He Tian and Ji Changkong ran into trouble on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. Chapter 30, 392. The reason why the Scarlet Demon Ridge was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge was definitely not without reason. Originally, Ji Changkong and He Tian did not know why this mountain range was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge. However, when they broke the seal of the cave, they knew the reason. The instant He Tian used the power of the formation to break the seal of the cave, he was elated. However, in the next moment, the tightly shut stone door of the cave exploded with a boom. When a wave of demonic energy directly rushed out from inside, he could no longer feel happy. What's going on? Ji Changkong was also shocked. He saw more and more demonic energy rushing out from the cave. The demonic energy spread out and quickly enveloped an area of the void. A demonic aura that caused even He Tian and Ji Changkong's hearts to palpitate surged out from the entrance of the cave that was spewing demonic energy. Fuck, this is too much. Ji Xuanji, I greet your 18 generations of ancestors. He Tian cursed. He was not like Ji Changkong. The flying immortal king, Ji Xuanji, was still his uncle. No matter how much Ji Changkong wanted to scold Ji Xuanji, he could not do so. Ji Xuanji was not far away. When he heard He Tian's curses, his old face turned red, but he did not say anything. One must know that He Tian was a quasi-supreme. His cultivation was higher than Ji Xuanji's, and his battle prowess was stronger than Ji Xuanji's. Even if He Tian pointed at Ji Xuanji's nose and cursed, he would not even dare to let out a fart. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. He Tian was not a member of the Ji clan, so he did not have any misgivings. Rumble! At this moment, the mountain range where the cave was located began to shake. Countless stones and sand rolled down from above. The sound of the boulders rolling down echoed in the mountain range. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the entrance of the cave. Step by step, a black figure appeared in the demonic energy. 2 bloody lights appeared in the demonic energy. What? A blurry demonic figure appeared. The 2 blood-red lights were the eyes of the unknown demonic figure. When He Tian and Ji Changkong saw the demonic figure, they could not help but be moved. This ferocious devil had been sealed for countless years, yet it was still so terrifying. It could be seen how powerful this ferocious devil was back then. Who cares what kind of demon he is? Kill him all the same. He Tian stared at the demonic figure in the demonic aura in front of him and said fiercely. Then he directly activated the killing array, and countless array diagrams appeared in the void. In the next moment, rays of divine light immediately rushed out of the formation and turned into extremely sharp sword lights, piercing towards the demonic shadow in front of them. He Tian was an array formation grandmaster. The power of his array formation would increase along with his cultivation. The power of this killing array would definitely be strong enough. This killing formation could definitely refine ordinary, quasi-supreme beings to death. However, the moment the sharp sword lights that rushed out of the formation came into contact with the demonic aura, they instantly dimmed. Before they could pierce the demonic figure, all the sword lights had already completely dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially He Tian. No one was clearer than him about the power of this killing array that he had set up. This killing array could condense the power of the peak quasi-supreme realm. It was equivalent to a peak quasi-supreme realm existence attacking with all his strength. However, the demonic figure that came out of the cave had already dissolved the attack of the killing array without even making a move. This caused He Tian to be shocked. How could this be? Could it be that we have released a supreme demonic ancestor? Ji Changkong said to He Tian. He had a bad premonition. The demonic figure in front of them seemed to be ridiculously strong. If this demon was really a supreme demonic ancestor, then they would be in big trouble. At this moment, all the experts who were watching from afar were indescribably shocked. They could only see demonic aura surging in front of them. Everyone was terrified. Is that the legendary demonic aura? Some of the older generation experts cried out in alarm. What? Demonic aura? Some of the cultivators from the major forces and clans couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard this. There had never been a powerful demon in the history of the ancestral star. However, there were still legends about demons in the ancestral star. The reason why the Scarlet Demon Ridge was called the Scarlet Demon Ridge was because of the legend that an extremely terrifying demon had fallen here, hence the name. However, no one knew what the truth was. What should we do? The flying immortal king, Ji Xuanji, looked at the indistinct demonic figure in the demonic aura. His voice was trembling. At this moment he was filled with regret. He really shouldn't have told Ji Changkong about the cave in the Scarlet Demon Ridge. However, it was too late now. What else can we do? Fight to the death with this demon. He Tian looked at the flying immortal king with disdain. Fight to the death. The flying immortal king was startled when he heard this. He didn't want to die. Fighting to the death with that demon? Wasn't that the same as courting death? This daddy wouldn't do such a thing. At this moment, He Tian had no time to care about the flying immortal king. He channeled all his strength into the killing formation, and a shocking killing intent immediately erupted from it. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook as countless formation runes appeared in the void. Formation runes also appeared on the ground. This grand formation was connected to the heavens and earth, drawing in the energy of the heavens and earth. A terrifying destructive energy rushed towards the demonic figure from all directions, causing a large amount of demonic aura to dissipate in the void. One formation diagram after another pressed forward, each of them exuding a terrifying power of destruction. The void was directly annihilated, and even the chaotic aura seeped in through the broken void. At this moment, the demonic figure in the middle of the demonic aura finally moved. The demonic figure waved his hands, and a vast demonic energy spread from his hands. The demonic energy from the demonic figure's hands actually blocked the destructive power of the grand formation. The demonic figure shook his hands, and the mighty demonic power instantly increased by a large margin. The impact of the impact caused the formation to shake continuously. In the next moment, the formation runes were corroded by the demonic aura and gradually dimmed, as if it could dissipate at any time. Damn it! He Tian roared in anger, madly urging the power of the grand formation. Countless formation runes began to interweave, forming a heavenly furnace, intending to refine everything in the furnace into ashes. Countless demonic aura dissipated in the void, destroyed by He Tian's killing formation. The demonic figure was indescribably shocked. He didn't expect the killing formation to be so powerful. Kill! He Tian continuously guided all the power of the killing formation like a madman. Countless formation runes condensed into a furnace. Everyone felt very hot, as if they were in a steamer. When Ji Changkong, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was also shocked by the ferocity that He Tian displayed. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the center of the killing formation. Then, a strong demonic energy exploded, and the entire grand formation was immediately affected. The demonic figure made a move. Naturally, when a demonic figure makes a move, it is not ordinary. A ball of demonic light shone from within He Tian's killing formation. Everywhere the demonic light passed, countless formation runes were destroyed by the demonic energy. Even the formation runes were the same. They could not withstand the demonic energy from the killing formation. Rumble! The killing formation that He Tian laid down was actually collapsing. In the face of absolute power, He Tian's killing formation was nothing at all. This was because the demonic energy from the demonic aura was at the extreme Tao level. The extreme Tao level demonic energy was not something that He Tian and Ji Changkong could resist. Although they were already quasi-supremes, the other party could very well be an extreme Tao demonic ancestor. There was no doubt that the extreme Tao demonic ancestor was very strong. This is preposterous. When He Tian saw that his killing formation could not trap the demonic figure, he did not panic. Instead, he extended his hand towards Ji Changkong, who was beside him. What? When he saw He Tian suddenly extending his hand towards him, he was confused. He did not know what He Tian meant at all. Primordial Chaos Pearl. He Tian said anxiously. The killing formation that he laid down was collapsing. It seemed like the situation was hopeless. What do you want the primordial chaos pearl for? Ji Changkong found it strange. To lay down a formation, of course. What else can I do? He Tian said impatiently. When Ji Changkong heard that, he did not say anything else. He took out the primordial chaos pearl and carefully handed it to He Tian. He Tian quickly took the primordial chaos pearl and threw it into the formation core that had not collapsed yet. In the next moment, a supreme chaotic force surged out from the crucial point of the formation. The inscriptions that had dispersed in the surroundings condensed once again. The energy contained in the primordial chaos pearl was too vast. He Tian carefully guided the energy of the primordial chaos pearl. The killing formation reassembled itself, and the shocking killing intent appeared again. The demonic aura that surged out from the entrance of the cave did not stop. It seemed like there was an endless amount of demonic aura inside. The demonic aura that had erupted was forced back into the void in front of the entrance of the cave by the power of the killing formation. The demonic figure was faintly discernible in the demonic aura. It emitted an aura that made all living beings' hearts palpitate. 2 spots of bloody light flickered in the demonic aura. It seems like I worried too much. At this moment, He Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was actually forced back by the power of his killing formation. It seemed like the other party was not a real extreme Tao demonic ancestor. Of course, Even if this fellow was not an extreme Tao demonic ancestor, his cultivation and battle prowess were enough to make He Tian and Ji Changkong's hearts palpitate. If Gu Fei was here, he would naturally be able to see through this ferocious demon with one look. This ferocious demon should be a former extreme Tao demonic ancestor that had fallen from the extreme Tao realm. Since this ferocious demon was not an extreme Tao demonic ancestor, things would be easy to handle. Don't let this fellow escape. Chapter 30, 393. He Tian and Ji Changkong had inadvertently released an old demon that had been sealed for countless years. This made everyone extremely nervous. At this moment, many experts from the major factions had gathered outside the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. They were all shocked when they saw the demonic aura in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. There really is a demon in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. It should be noted that there had never been any powerful demons on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle since ancient times, but the vast demonic aura in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge was extremely powerful. Even some existences that were about to become quasi-supremes felt their souls trembling, as if there was an invisible demon staring at them from the unseen world. The news of a demon appearing in the Scarlet Demonic Ridge quickly spread. The higher-ups of the major factions on the ancestral star were shocked. They all sent experts to the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. Even the Ji clan sent an ancestor-level existence to the Scarlet Demonic Ridge. Ji Changkong had already appeared. This made Emperor Ji, the head of the Ji clan, very uneasy. It should be known that his methods in the past were not very honorable. Of course, if Emperor Ji had not done so back then, he would not have become the head of the Ji clan. Ji Wu's death made Emperor Ji feel the threat of Ji Changkong. If he did not get rid of this person, he would not be able to sit still. However, he could not do it openly. The ancestor-level existence sent by Empress Ji was someone from Empress Ji's bloodline. Of course, even after tens of thousands of years had passed, Ji Changkong's bloodline would still support Ji Changkong when they heard that he had returned. The Ji clan had existed for countless years. Naturally, it was divided into many branches. The position of the head of the Ji clan was decided by the descendants of the core branches. Ji Changkong's branch of the Ji clan was one of the core branches. When Emperor Ji sent an ancestor-level expert to the Crimson Devil Ridge, an elder of Ji Changkong's branch also left for the Crimson Devil Ridge. In another region of the ancestral star, in the Yun clan's ancestral land, a white-haired, white-browed youth walked out. He looked very young. This white-robed youth's appearance was 70% to 80% similar to the missing Yun Tianzhao. The white-robed youth took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void without a trace. When Yun Tianzhao and Ji Fan were exploring the land of flying immortals, both of them went missing. No one knew if they were alive, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. This incident shook the entire ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle, especially the Ji clan and the Yun clan. These two great clans almost went to war because of this matter. One must know that Ji Fan was the son of Empress Ji, and Yun Tianzhao was the most important figure in the younger generation of the Yun clan. Both of them disappeared at the same time, causing a crisis. Although the Ji clan was the most powerful force in the ancestral star, the Yun clan was not weak either. If a war were to break out between these two forces, the consequences would be dire. Even if the Ji family could defeat the Yun family, they would have to pay a heavy price. This price was not something the Ji family could bear. In the entire ancestral star, there were several powerful forces eyeing the Ji clan covetously. Many of them wanted nothing more than to see the Ji clan decline and replace it. The Ji clan had ruled the ancestral star for far too long. At this time, in the depths of the Crimson Demonic Ridge, He Tian desperately operated the killing formation, wanting to fight to the death with the mysterious fiend trapped in the formation. At the end of the day, he was the one who released the fiend. He was the one who caused the trouble, so he had to solve it himself. Roar! Formation runes rushed out from all over He Tian's body and circled around him. At this moment, he had become one with the entire killing formation. The formation was the man, and the man was the formation. This was the realm of one with the formation. With He Tian's cultivation base as a formation master, it was not difficult for him to display such a divine ability. This, old He, I can't help you. You'd better send me out of the formation first. Ji Changkong hurriedly said. If He Tian fought the fiend with his life and he could not help, wouldn't he become a burden? Most importantly, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. All right. He Tian did not waste any time. He waved his right hand and Ji Changkong felt his body tighten. His entire body flew out of the formation involuntarily. In the killing formation, He Tian was the supreme ruler, ruling over everything. Little fellow, are you seeking death? At this moment, a voice rang out in He Tian's mind. Seeking death? He Tian sneered disdainfully. I've died countless times and experienced countless reincarnations. The person who can kill me has yet to appear in this world. Little fellow, if you know what's good for you, remove the formation. Otherwise, when this ancestor personally makes a move, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. That voice rang out in He Tian's mind again. Ha! I'm very curious how you're going to consign me to eternal damnation. He Tian laughed heartily. The clump of devil chi that was trapped by the killing formation was churning violently, wanting to rush out. However, at this moment, the grand formation was indestructible. Even if some of the runes were corroded by the devil chi and dissipated into the void, new runes would immediately appear to repair the formation. He Tian laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the Tao of formations to such a level. No wonder you are so arrogant. That voice continued. Let me send you on your way. He Tian did not waste any more words and directly activated the killing formation. Boundless yin and yang qi immediately surged out from the killing formation, destroying the demonic qi in the formation. A yin-yang diagram appeared in the killing formation. Little fellow, you are still too inexperienced. At this moment, the mysterious great demon that was trapped in the formation also made a move. The demonic qi quickly gathered, and the figure of a strange beast appeared within the demonic qi. Roar! The strange beast raised its head to the sky and roared. Although it was only a phantom formed from demonic qi, an earth-shattering roar resounded in He Tian's ears. What's the use of struggling in the face of death? He Tian saw this scene and said disdainfully. At this time, under He Tian's control, the yin-yang diagram, condensed from the killing formation, directly obliterated the strange beast, annihilating the void. The strange beast in the demonic qi directly slammed its claw towards the yin-yang diagram that was descending from the sky. The yin-yang Tao diagram instantly collided with the strange beast's claw, causing a muffled sound to erupt. Then the strange beast's claw disintegrated under the yin-yang Tao diagram. What? A cry of surprise came from the demonic qi. The mysterious great demon was taken aback. He didn't think that the opponent's formation could actually contend against his own demonic qi. Chapter 30, 394. In the human realm, on the ancestral star of the Myrtle, He Tian and Ji Changkong realized that their surroundings were different from before after they came out from the land of ascension. At this time, something that gave He Tian and Ji Changkong a headache happened. They accidentally released a mysterious demon that had been sealed for a long time. He Tian stepped forward and used the human formation as one technique to trap the demonic qi in the killing formation. However, the killing formation that trapped the demonic qi shook violently under the attack of the nameless demon. The demon shook the entire formation. Kill! He Tian roared. He operated the killing formation with all his might. Yin and yang qi intertwined, and a diagram of yin and yang appeared above the demonic qi. Then the diagram of yin and yang went straight for the demonic qi. However, at this moment, the mass of demonic aura suddenly emitted an extremely powerful fluctuation of demonic energy. In the next moment, the demonic chi also exploded. A terrifying destructive force spread out and actually broke He Tian's killing formation. However, He Tian's killing formation was different from the others. It could be big or small. Even if the demonic chi was bigger than a mountain, it could not break through the killing formation. Within the killing array, the phantom of a strange beast condensed from demonic energy roared. As the yin-yang Tao diagram fell, one of the strange beast's claws turned to ash. What? At this moment, the ferocious devil that was trapped in the killing formation finally lost its composure when it saw this scene. Roar! The ferocious devil let out a long howl, and a terrifying sound wave with demonic nature spread out in all directions. Countless transparent ripples appeared in the void. The billowing demonic energy quickly gathered towards that demonic figure. Soon, all the demonic energy disappeared, and a terrifying figure stood in the void with his back facing He Tian. Seeing this, He Tian was taken aback. What was this demon trying to do? The ferocious devil slowly turned around. When He Tian saw the appearance of the ferocious devil, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The ferocious devil was a woman. She was so beautiful that no words could describe her beauty. All the words of praise were useless at this moment. They were not enough to describe her beauty. This was a kind of demonic beauty, with an aura that could make people fall into the demonic path. Even someone as strong as He Tian almost had his soul devoured by the black-robed woman the moment he laid eyes on her. This black-clothed woman had a pair of crimson eyes that possessed a soul-stealing power. As long as she looked at someone, they would feel as if their soul was about to leave their body. This feeling made He Tian very uncomfortable. Demoness, He Tian mumbled to himself. He was a quasi-supreme being with an incomparably strong primordial spirit. He would not fall for her tricks so easily. However, when he saw the face of the demoness earlier on, he almost fell for her tricks. The demoness had a head full of long black hair. Her skin was smooth and supple, and her nose was sharp. Her red lips were extremely alluring, giving people the urge to kiss her. Especially those crimson eyes of hers. They seemed to be able to see through one's heart and affect one's mind. She could even pull out a cultivator's primordial spirit from their body and devour it. Little fella, now that I'm angry, the consequences will be dire. The demoness said. Her voice was crisp and melodious, containing a restless aura. TSK, what does it have to do with me, whether you're angry or not? He Tian said with a look of nonchalance. BZZZ. In the next moment, the demoness was still smiling, but a sword chime rang out from her body. After that, a crimson beam of sword light shot out from her body. The sword light that had rushed out of the demon girl's body made a turn above her head, instantly transforming into a shocking sword rainbow. It broke through the layers of array diagrams and slashed at my Tian. What? When He Tian saw that the crimson beam of sword light could actually break through the layers of runes and slash towards him like a hot knife through butter, his expression changed. The crimson beam of sword light exuded a demonic aura that made one's heart palpitate, as if it could devour everything. Swish! The crimson beam of sword light pierced through He Tian's body in an instant, directly destroying a large number of runes and causing the runes to dissipate into the air. At this time, the demoness did not feel happy because she had killed He Tian, because the killing formation was still active. What she had killed was not He Tian's real body. As expected, He Tian's real body appeared in another place. Countless runes rushed out from his body, directly imprinting themselves in the air, repairing the runes that had been destroyed by the crimson beam of sword light. In just an instant, the runes that had been destroyed by the crimson beam of sword light were completely repaired. Damn it! The demoness expression involuntarily changed at the sight of this. It looked like she would have to kill He Tian if she wanted to break this formation, because he was the killing formation and the killing formation was him. However, killing He Tian was not an easy task. The crimson beam of sword light that had destroyed one of He Tian's fake bodies was finally destroyed by the killing formation's power and dissipated. 10 direction annihilation. Mai Tian let out a furious roar and directly used the most powerful killer move in the killing matrix. Endless yin and yang energy turned into chaos, and a terrifying destructive aura spread out. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse and be destroyed, turning back into chaos where there was nothing at all. Even the demoness was shocked by the aura of destruction. Roar! The demoness roared and spat out a crimson flying sword. The sword light flashed, and a sword-killing formation appeared in the air. What? How is this possible? He Tian was indescribably shocked when he saw the scene. He was very surprised that this demoness also knew the way of formations. Nothing is impossible in front of this ancestor, the demoness said as she controlled the killing formation and charged towards He Tian. The power of the killing formation was fully displayed, and it reached He Tian like a hot knife through butter. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Go in. He Tian suddenly smiled. Then the space in front of him suddenly collapsed, and a heaven-devouring force erupted, instantly devouring the demoness and the sword formation into the chaotic void. Damn it. Chapter 30, 395. The person that He Tian and Ji Changkong had unintentionally released was actually a demon woman. She was an incomparably bewitching witch with a pair of demonic eyes. Even after being sealed in this grotto for countless years, this demoness was still extremely powerful. However, there was no doubt that her cultivation had fallen from the extreme grade. Otherwise, she wouldn't even need to make a move. As long as she released the true might of the extreme grade, He Tian and Ji Changkong would have to kneel. At this time, the obscuro-human formation fused as one and directly unleashed the strongest killing technique, directly smashing the demoness into the primal chaos void, and then sealing the shattered void. Countless runes wove together, and an yin-yang Dao diagram rushed out from the killing array, instantly sealing the shattered void. Boom! In the next moment, a muffled sound of impact resounded. The yin-yang diagram that sealed the space shook violently. Yin and yang energies interweaved, and the power of the grand Tao lingered. The demoness wanted to break the yin-yang diagram's seal and rush out from the primal chaos. However, He Tian pushed the killing formation's power to the peak. Endless yin and yang energies frantically gathered from heaven and earth. The yin-yang diagram's power instantly multiplied. Haha, success! The demoness has been banished into the primal chaos. Ji Changkong couldn't help but rejoice when he saw this scene from outside the formation. One must know that this demoness wasn't simple. Even though her cultivation had fallen from the extreme grade, her battle prowess was still strong enough to make a quasi-supreme's heart palpitate. This kind of unconventional existence was stronger than a quasi-supreme. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. After all, these existences were once the strongest existences in the world. Even though He Tian was already a quasi-supreme, he nearly knelt before this unconventional existence. After all, this guy was a formation grandmaster. He could borrow the power of formations to greatly increase his cultivation, just like Gu Fei's Heaven Ascension secret technique. Moreover, he still hadn't used the Heaven Ascension secret technique that he learned from Gu Fei. Hearing Ji Changkong's words, He Tian understood his own situation. Although he had used the killing formation to raise his battle prowess to the limit, his opponent could still break through his seal. However, just as He Tian continued to strengthen the power of the seal, boom! With a bang, the Tao diagram condensed from yin and yang qi exploded and dissipated in the void. The yin-yang Tao diagram had actually been directly scattered apart. This caused Tian to be inexplicably shocked. But as the yin-yang Tao diagram was broken apart, a figure walked out from the primal chaos. "Little guy, I told you that you were too inexperienced, but you didn't believe me." The demoness' voice rang out in Tian's mind. The demoness was looking at the dumbfounded Tian with a mocking expression. At this moment, not to mention Tian, even Ji Changkong and the countless experts watching from afar were inexplicably shocked. This demoness was too powerful. Even a quasi-supreme being couldn't suppress this demoness. Although the demoness was very beautiful, at least in Tian's opinion. He had never seen such a beautiful person before. However, this was a flower with thorns. Not only did she have thorns, her thorns were also poisonous. If one were to be pricked by these poisonous thorns, it would be fatal. Naturally, Tian didn't dare to get too close to this demoness. This daddy has reincarnated countless times. You still dare to say that this daddy is inexperienced? Erebus suddenly said with a smile. What? When the peerless witch heard this, her demonic eyes immediately lit up. An indescribable demonic power surged in her eyes. Her crimson pupils were terrifying, as if they were connected to a blood-red world. Tian only took a glance and didn't dare to look into her eyes again. The devilish eyes of the demoness had a strange attraction, as though they were going to devour his soul in the next moment. You've actually embarked on a different path of cultivation. It's a path that only exists in legends. Since ancient times, no one has ever succeeded. Even the person who created this cultivation method failed. Yet you actually dared to embark on this path. The demoness said with incomparable shock. She couldn't help but be moved. Haha, how do you know that the person who created this reincarnation technique failed? Erebus took a deep look at the peerless demoness and said, Could it be that you? The demoness was shocked when she heard this. Her scarlet eyes flashed with a heart-palpitating scarlet light. She thought of a possibility, but she didn't say it out loud. Obediently let me seal you back, and you might be able to live. Otherwise, this daddy here will kill you. Tian stared fiercely at the demoness and said, Ha ha! Hearing this, the demoness burst out into laughter, as though she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Be serious. Can't you see that I'm talking to you very seriously? Tian stared at the demoness and said with a serious expression, Fine, I won't laugh. The demoness retracted her smile, but in the next moment, she burst out laughing again. It seemed like this fella still hadn't figured out the situation. How dare he be so arrogant in front of her? Damn it, you dare to look down on me? Today, I will show you what a true formation master is like. As Tian spoke, a thunderous roar rang out from his body. Then, runes burst out from the corner of his robe. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the runes. The moment the runes appeared, the entire sky darkened. Day turned into night in an instant. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction filled the entire sky. At this moment, even the countless living beings outside Crimson Devil Ridge felt their souls tremble, and they were terrified to the extreme. What? When the demoness saw the runes flying towards her, she was extremely shocked. She could sense a dangerous aura coming from the runes. A broken runes. The peerless demoness immediately retreated. Her movement technique was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. However, no matter how fast the demoness was, she couldn't outrun the runes. The runes engulfed the entire Crimson Demon Ridge in an instant. Naturally, the demoness was trapped within as well. Damn it. The demoness' expression changed. She was once an extreme supremacy. No one knew better than her how terrifying extreme killing formation was. Even though it was only a broken runes, it wasn't something that could be easily destroyed. In the next moment, the runes that covered the entire region appeared between the heavens and earth. Countless runes were imprinted in the sky, trapping the demoness within. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They only saw a killing array descending from the sky, directly sealing the peerless demoness who was extremely domineering to the extreme. Rumble! The runes of the extreme killing formation revolved. The void that was enveloped by the extreme killing formation was directly torn apart by a powerful force. The demoness, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt an immense pressure. The power of the extreme Tao surged towards her, yet she completely disregarded it. An attack like this could not affect her at all. Bzz, the peerless witch's body emitted a rumbling sound. Then a huge bell immediately appeared from her body and enveloped her in an instant. The beams of light of destruction that shot out from He Tian's body immediately collided with the peerless witch's giant bell. The giant bell trembled continuously, but it managed to block the light of destruction that pierced through it. How is this possible? Seeing the scene, He Tian was dumbfounded. Could it be that even a corner of the extreme killing formation couldn't do anything to her? Clang! At this moment, the sound of a bell rang out, echoing throughout the entire city. The sound of the bell contained a devilish nature, causing the souls of all living beings who heard it to tremble. The sound of the bell shook the corner of the extreme killing formation. The legendary soul-absorbing devil bell. When He Tian heard the sound of the bell, he felt that something was amiss. His soul cultivation was incomparably stable. Even if the gigantic bell that emerged from the demoness was an extreme killing formation, it would still be difficult for her to break through the corner of the extreme killing formation. Kill! He Tian circulated the killing formation with all his might. The corner of the extreme killing formation immediately erupted with an even more powerful energy. The entire world trembled as if it was about to collapse. Clang! The devil bell continued to ring. On the surface of the extreme killing formation, demonic runes continuously appeared and interweaved. The demoness used the devil bell to protect herself and retaliated. As the bell rang out, the entire world seemed to be affected. Boundless earth essence rose up and surged towards the corner of the extreme killing formation. Rays of divine light shot out from the corner of the extreme killing formation, illuminating the entire world with a golden hue. Boundless extreme Tao energy surged within the formation, causing Erebus to feel an immense pressure. The voice of the peerless demoness kept sounding out from within. At this moment, Ji Chankong heaved a sigh of relief. He saw that the peerless demoness was trapped in a corner of the extreme Tao formation. She was charging left and right in the formation. Even though she used the extreme Tao demonic bell, she was still unable to break out of the formation and escape. Little fellow, you better give up. I am immortal and you can't kill me. The voice of the demoness rang out in He Tian's heart. Stop talking nonsense. Even if I can't kill you, I still have to kill you. He Tian roared in anger. Very well, let's kill then. The demoness suddenly stopped in the middle of the formation. After that, the soul-absorbing devil bell in her hand actually flew up and transformed into a beam of light, entering the demoness body. In the next moment, the peerless demoness took out a black object the size of a fist. Then, she threw it towards the weakest point of the array. Boom! With a loud explosion, a powerful destructive force expanded outwards, creating a huge pit in the ground. Devil lightning. A few old cultivators watching from afar couldn't help but be startled. The opponent could actually refine devil lightning. This was going to be troublesome. Chapter 3396. He Tian gave it his all to fight against the peerless demoness in the Scarlet Demon Ridge. This was the collision of two heaven-shaking forces. The peerless demoness had a great background. Although she had been sealed in that cave for countless years, and her cultivation base had fallen from the extreme grade realm, her combat strength was still shocking. With the peerless demoness' current combat strength, killing a quasi-supreme being was as easy as flipping her palm. Unfortunately, He Tian was not an ordinary quasi-supreme being. He cultivated the secret reincarnation technique and had reincarnated countless times. As his cultivation base continued to rise, the power he cultivated through countless reincarnations was also gradually returning. Not only that, his dusty memories were also becoming clearer. The power of countless reincarnations stacked together caused He Tian's combat strength to be many times stronger than an ordinary quasi-supreme being. Although he was only a quasi-supreme being, he could still fight against an existence like the peerless demoness. Boom! At this moment, the peerless demoness actually used devil lightning. That was the extreme grade devil lightning. In an instant, it exploded in the middle of He Tian's killing array. The vast destructive force directly shattered countless array runes. What Mahakala didn't expect was that this wasn't the full extent of the demonic lightning's power. The instant the demonic lightning exploded, the destructive power that erupted instantly expanded, destroying everything in its path. However, in the next instant, a terrifying devouring power appeared in the center of the demonic lightning's explosion. The destructive force of the devil lightning suddenly shrunk. All the array runes that had yet to dissipate were all devoured and destroyed. After 2 rounds of destruction, He Tian's killing array was on the verge of stopping. Seeing his opponent's devil lightning blasting a huge hole in his killing array, even a formation master like He Tian was dumbfounded. "Little fella, how's the power of my devil lightning? It's all right?" The peerless demoness smiled at He Tian. Erebus immediately felt as if his mind was being forcibly sucked away by a magical force. The other party's smile was extremely alluring, but in the next moment, he abruptly woke up with a start. "Haha, you want to be this Grandpa He's elder sister? You're still too young." He Tian laughed heartily. He had reincarnated countless times, but the memories hidden in the depths of his soul hadn't been restored. Even so, he was still shocked. He was definitely a super antique. It was as if he had already existed before the mythological era. The era before the mythological era was an extremely ancient era, the desolate era. It was a very primitive era, and during that era, there were innate gods. Innate living beings ruled over the world, ruling over the entire world. He Tian didn't expect that he could live for so long and reincarnate all the way to the present. Is that so? At this time, the peerless demoness took out another devil lightning from her body. He Tian's expression changed. That scene just now had truly given him a fright. That devil lightning's power was truly astonishing. "Big sister will treat you to demonic thunder." After saying that, the peerless she-devil tossed the demonic lightning in her hand towards He Tian. "Motherfucker, this daddy will treat you to some rice fields." Mahakala cursed and immediately retreated. His speed was so fast that only a faint afterimage could be seen in the void. Boom! There was another loud bang as the demonic lightning exploded. The destructive power first expanded to the extreme, shattering everything in its surroundings. In the next moment, the extremely expanding power instantly shrank inwards, destroying everything. The might of this demonic lightning was really strong. It was equivalent to destroying everything that was enveloped by the power of the demonic lightning twice, completely destroying everything. He Tian's killing formation was affected once more. A large number of runes were destroyed by the boundless destructive power, completely dissipating in the air. Playing thunder with this Grandpa He Tian gritted his teeth as he stared at the peerless she-devil. Following that, rays of yin and yang light shot out from his killing formation, forming balls of lightning. Rumble, a deep and thunderous rumble came from within He Tian's killing formation. This guy is going all out. Ji Changkong, who was watching from afar, was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had seen someone force He Tian to the point of risking his life. Unstoppable thunder, He Tian roared. Countless balls of yin and yang lightning shot out from his killing formation towards the peerless she-devil. Every ball of lightning emitted a strong destructive aura. The balls of yin and yang lightning shot out from all directions and shot towards the peerless she-devil, sealing off all her escape routes. "You're forcing me to fight you head-on," the peerless she-devil laughed. At this moment, Hei Tian no longer dared to look at the peerless she-devil. Her demonic arts were extremely strange. It could affect a cultivator's state of mind, especially when they were fighting. When experts exchanged blows, if one side's state of mind was affected, the other side would usually defeat them. At this moment, the peerless she-devil's body emitted a vast scarlet demonic light. The scarlet demonic light expanded, and the balls of yin and yang lightning that shot towards her dissipated into the scarlet demonic light. What? Seeing this, Hei Tian could not help but be shocked. The demonic mystique that she used was actually similar to Gu Fei's secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, secret of the void. He had yet to learn the final secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, secret of the void. At this moment, the scarlet demonic light that spread out from the peerless she-devil's body instantly enveloped Hei Tian and the killing formation. "Run!" The countless formation runes around him dissipated under the crimson blood demonic light. Hei Tian immediately used the anti-void secret technique and instantly escaped into the void, fleeing. For Hei Tian, if he could not win, he would run. That was his principle. Seeing that Hei Tian had escaped, Ji Changkong also turned and fled. If even Hei Tian was not a match for this she-devil, there was no way he would be able to either. If he didn't escape, he would die here. Naturally, Ji Changkong was not that stupid. As for the flying immortal monarch, Ji Xuanji, he had already slipped away. This made Ji Changkong very speechless. This uncle of his was indeed ambitious and ruthless. Rumble! The killing formation quickly collapsed. An incomparably shocking sound spread out. The entire heaven and earth seemed like it was going to explode. It was precisely because the killing formation trapped the peerless she-devil, making it difficult for her to intercept Hei Tian and Ji Changkong. This allowed Hei Tian and Ji Changkong to successfully escape. When the peerless she-devil used her demonic mystique to destroy the killing formation, she could not find Hei Tian and Ji Changkong anymore. "Cunning fellow," the peerless she-devil muttered to herself. Her powerful divine sense scanned the surroundings, but she could not sense the presence of Hei Tian and Ji Changkong. In the next moment, the cultivators outside the Scarlet Demon Ridge were going to be unlucky. The peerless she-devil charged out of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. She reached out with her right hand, and immediately, tens of incomparably strong silhouettes flew over from afar. She grabbed them in her hand. Very quickly, their energy was sucked dry, and they turned into tens of dried corpses. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were extremely shocked. "Haha, all of you, come over here." The peerless she-devil laughed loudly. Then, a terrifying devouring force suddenly appeared from her body. All the cultivators within 1,000 miles actually flew towards her involuntarily. Roar! Some experts roared in anger, wanting to break free. However, they discovered that there was no change at all. All the cultivators that flew towards the peerless she-devil were imprisoned in the space around her. Even some of the more powerful existences were captured by her, unable to escape. At this moment, the space around the peerless she-devil was filled with human silhouettes. This was an extremely shocking scene. Every cultivator's body was emitting energy. The peerless she-devil used her demonic mystique to continuously devour the energy of the cultivators around her. Very soon, the expressions of the cultivators imprisoned in the void became weary. As their essence, chi, and spirit continued to flow out, they would eventually turn into hundreds of dried corpses. This was the result of having their energy devoured by the peerless she-devil Ridge. There was no longer any suspense. In the end, the peerless she-devil Ridge left. The entire Scarlet Demon Ridge returned to its former tranquility. When the experts of the major powers arrived at the Scarlet Demon Ridge, they saw many cold corpses lying in the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. Even the ancestors couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. It seems like the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle is going to be chaotic. Some ancient existences said such words. While everyone on the ancestral Myrtle Star was in danger, in the ancestral god realm, Gu Fei was about to send the foreign demons back to the primal chaos devil realm. This wasn't a difficult task for him. In the primal chaos golden rock races, ancestral land, Gu Fei took out the formation platform. At this time, there were many demons gathered in the primal chaos golden rock races, ancestral land. 3 days was more than enough for the foreign demons to make sufficient preparations. Mo Geo rode the old black bull and led a few demons to the primal chaos golden rock races, ancestral land. We're finally going back. Mo Geo was extremely excited at the thought of returning to the primal chaos devil realm. He had been away for too long. Yeah, we're finally going back. One of the demons, standing behind Mo Geo's side. In the past, they were trapped here and couldn't return to the primal chaos devil realm. But things were different now. They were about to return, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to see their loved ones again. Very quickly, Gu Fei was ready. Without hesitation, he activated the formation platform. In the next moment, a buzzing sound could be heard. Suddenly, a ball of demonic light spread out from the platform, and the demonic patterns were stimulated by him. The demon's formation platform. Chapter 3397. Deep in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. In a valley filled with dense spiritual energy. In the middle of the valley, there was a pavilion. The 3-story pavilion was built in a dazzling manner. It was very imposing. In front of the pavilion, it was not a small square. At this moment, in the square, countless experts of the devil race stood densely together. Some of the devil race's experts were even standing in the void. At this time, these devil race powerhouses were staring at the formation platform in the middle of the square. In the middle of the square, there was a huge formation platform in front of it. The entire platform was made of wood. It was the platform that Gu Fei had brought back from the Black Demon Sea in the ancestral god realm. It was the platform that the Willow Demon clan had left behind. Willow Demon, at this moment, Mo Geo, who was standing in front of the platform, had an indescribable look in his eyes. He was the top extreme demon lord in the Chaos Demon realm. He naturally recognized Willow Demon. A willow in the ancient demon realm, Mo Geo muttered to himself. His gaze became a little deep. Could there be some story between this guy and the ancestor of the Willow Demon clan? Although Gu Fei was activating the platform, he also noticed the change in Mo Geo. He also heard Mo Geo muttering to himself. Chaos Demon realm. Since ancient times, there were only a few that could leave their names in history. Mo Geo was one. So was the ancestor of the Willow Demon clan. As for the others, they were all buried in the passage of time. No one could remember their names, their deeds. Only those that were amazing enough could be remembered by people for thousands of years. Rumble! Lines of demonic runes appeared on the wooden platform. A pitch-black hole gradually formed. It was the passage that connected the two realms. Seeing the black hole appear on the platform, all the demons who were waiting nervously were surprised and happy. Gu Fei did not go back on his words. He activated the platform of the Willow Demon clan with all his strength. The black hole above the platform gradually stabilized. At this moment, Song Ke and the Demon Divine Lord had yet to return. This made Gu Fei speechless. He was merely going to deal with an ancestor of the deity race. It had been 3 days. He still hadn't taken him down. With Song Ke's help. In that case, it would be much easier to activate the platform. The Willow Devil clan's formation platform could connect the celestial and devil realms. There was no doubt about it. However, the people on the other side of the platform did not know about this. Ancestral God realm. On a mountain outside the Black Demon City. A platform that had been silent for a long time suddenly woke up. Is that guy planning to come back? A figure sitting cross-legged in front of the platform suddenly opened his eyes. It was a woman. It was a masked woman. The moment the woman opened her eyes, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. 2 bolts of lightning seemed to flash across the void. At this moment, the other people on the mountaintop were also alarmed. Rays of demonic light rushed out from the platform. They circled around the platform. Ancient demonic runes appeared on the platform one after another. The void above the platform was collapsing. It collapsed. Soon, a black hole appeared in the sky above the platform. At the beginning, the black hole on the platform was not very stable. However, the black hole quickly stabilized. Is the master coming back? The Black Demon Mountain Lord was also alarmed. He directly rushed over from the Black Demon City. The other experts also appeared on the mountaintop one after another. They stared nervously at the black hole above the platform. Rumble! The entire platform was shaking slightly. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, connecting the 2 realms. It was not an easy task. The energy needed was too huge. One had to know. This was to open the barrier between the 2 realms. However, when the platform gradually stabilized, the aura exuding from the platform was no longer as terrifying as before. Is he coming back? An old man appeared behind the woman. Only this old man dared to approach the masked woman. The others stood far away. Humph! Who knows? The woman said disapprovingly. At this moment, a mass of chaotic light directly flew out of the black hole. Seeing this, the Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others, they could not help but be taken aback. What was the master going to do? Everyone was guessing. The woman sitting cross-legged in front of the platform stretched out her hand. The mass of chaotic light that flew out of the black hole immediately fell into her hand. So that's how it is. Emogio is actually still alive. Interesting, the masked woman said. Then, she directly stood up. With a wave of her sleeve, a mass of demonic light immediately enveloped her and the old man. The next moment, the masked woman and the old man disappeared in front of everyone. Just as the masked woman and the old man left, a figure walked out of the black hole in the sky above the formation platform. It was an extremely powerful aura. It spread out from this figure. What? At this moment, all the demonic experts on the mountaintop felt their souls tremble. That figure was like a supreme demonic ancestor overlooking ants. They saw that it was an old man riding an old black bull. The old black bull that the old man was sitting on was slowly walking down from the platform. Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. How could it be a demon? Everyone was extremely surprised. One should know. The place that Gu Fei went to was the ancestral god realm. How could a demon expert return from the ancestral god realm? Could it be? The Black Demon Mountain Lord and the other demon experts vaguely guessed a certain possibility. I, Emogio, have finally returned. After Emogio came out of the platform on the old black bull, he said with great emotion, he felt the aura of this world. Extremely excited. What? Emogio, the Black Demon Mountain Lord heard. This was really a big surprise. One should know. Emogio was a legendary figure. He was one of the most powerful demonic ancestors in the history of the Chaos Demon realm. However, ever since the ancient war of gods and demons, Emogio disappeared. Some said that Emogio died in battle. Others said that Emogio was trapped in the ancestral god realm. The legend of Emogio. There were many, but which one was true? Which one was false? But there was no way to verify it. And now, suddenly an old man on the old black bull jumped out and said that he was Emogio. The Black Demon Mountain Lord could not believe it. This was too ridiculous. I'm back. Emogio said, An earth-shattering aura immediately erupted from his body. A supreme demonic aura exploded. The entire void was shaking. The next moment, the Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others directly knelt down. Terrified, they laid on the ground. Their minds almost collapsed. Under the pressure of this aura, all the demon experts on the mountain were terrified to the extreme. It was like the end of the world. Not a single person could stand. "Old man, can you give me some face? These are all my subordinates." At this moment, a blurry figure came from afar. He directly came in front of Mo. "Ah, this. I got a little carried away. I'm sorry." Mo, who was riding the old black bull, said with a smile. The next moment, the supreme pressure that erupted from his body immediately retreated like a receding tide. At this moment, the demon experts on the mountain heaved a sigh of relief. Could this old man really be the legendary Mo? The Black Demon Mountain Lord was extremely doubtful, but the demonic aura that exploded from the old bull was no joke. At this moment, the blurry figure in front of Mo also disappeared in the void. He disappeared. It turned out that it was just a shadow. The owner of this shadow. Naturally, it was Gu Fei. Only Gu Fei's face. Mo had to give it to him. However, in the instant that Mo released his powerful aura, Mo's eyes widened. The most powerful demons in the primal chaos demon realm still sense this aura. That person is back. In the Stone Demon Clan's ancestral land, an incomparably old voice came out, and in the Willow Demon Clan's ancestral land, some ancient existences were also alarmed. They directly jumped out of their coffins. What's going on? Is that person still alive? In another region, on a towering demonic mountain that pierced the clouds, in a cave that breathed in and out incomparably pure demonic energy, such a voice came out. If that person really is back, then we'll have a good show to watch. Someone said something like that. Mo's aura only appeared for a very short time before disappearing. This shocked the big shots of the Chaos Demon realm. They were paranoid. There were many ancient existences in the Chaos Demon realm. At this moment, on the mountain outside the Black Demon City, in the sky above the Transboundary Formation platform, more and more powerful Devil Race experts walked out of the black hole. Soon, the entire mountaintop was filled with the figures of the demon race. Some demons even flew into the sky. Ancestral God realm. All the demons in the extraterrestrial demon region had come. No one was willing to stay in the ancestral God realm. One had to know, without Mo's protection, the other demons could not survive in the ancestral God realm. If not for Mo, the demons trapped in the ancestral God realm could only be killed. Half an hour later, no one walked out of the black hole above the formation platform. All the demons of the ancestral God realm had crossed over. They had returned to their true homeland, primal chaos demon realm. This was the world of demons. Mo would temporarily stay in the Black Demon City. This was Gu Fei's arrangement. Only then would Mo find a place for the devils from the ancestral God realm to settle down. Actually, Mo also needed time to understand the current situation in the primal chaos demon realm, ancestral God realm. In the depths of the Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, Gu Fei sent off Mo and the other demons. Then he put away the formation platform. He planned to leave. Chapter 30, 398. In the depths of the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, a beam of divine light shot towards Gu Fei, who had just put away his formation platform. Wherever the divine light passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. A terrifying aura spread from the divine light. The figure was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it had already shot in front of Gu Fei. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. Someone actually dared to sneak an attack on Gu Fei in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. The ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan was not a place that just anyone could enter. Clang! Just as Gu Fei was about to be hit by the divine light, an ancient cauldron the size of a fist emerged from between his eyebrows. The divine light shot directly onto the ancient cauldron, making a bell-like sound. The divine light instantly shattered in the void. As the divine light shattered, a divine arrow was wrapped in the divine light. It was a divine arrow that contained the power of the extreme Tao. It should have been left behind by an extreme Tao cultivator. At this moment, the ancient cauldron that had rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows had already landed in his hand. At the same time, a black figure flashed across the sky. The person who had sneak attacked Gu Fei wanted to escape immediately after his plan failed. This seemed to be the behavior of an assassin. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. The ancient cauldron in his hand immediately flew up and disappeared into the void in an instant. In the next moment, a bloody mist exploded in the distance. Do you still want to live after a sneak attack? Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, the ancient cauldron that had disappeared flew back from afar and landed on his right hand. Then, a primordial spirit rushed out of the ancient cauldron. Primordial chaos qi formed divine chains that firmly bound the primordial spirit. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. Gu Fei's methods were too frightening. He actually killed an incomparably powerful expert of the god race just like that, and even imprisoned his soul. It seemed like he was going to search his soul. I'd like to see who's behind this. After saying that, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine seizing secret technique, to read the memories of the cultivator's soul. The power of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao was naturally not something that the puny soul of that fellow could withstand. Very soon, Gu Fei learned the ins and outs of the matter. The gold crows again, with a thought from Gu Fei. The soul bound by the ancient cauldron's primordial chaos power was instantly devoured by the ancient cauldron and refined. Bound by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, even a primordial spirit of the extreme Tao would be in danger, let alone the primordial spirit of a fellow who wasn't even a quasi-sovereign. There was no suspense. That fellow's soul would be destroyed in the end. You 3 go and see what's going on with the demon god and San Quebec, Gu Fei said to the 3 gargoyles standing to the side. Yes, master. The 3 stone demons hurriedly accepted the order and soared into the sky toward the immortal Medicine Ridge. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon and out of everyone's sight. The 3 stone demons were Gu Fei's confidants. They were also existences that could use primordial spirit power and possessed a physique that was comparable to a primordial spirit artifact. If the 3 stone demons of the chaos demonic ape and the demon god worked together, even an existence like Tsanke would be fearful, let alone other existences. Tsanke and the demon god had yet to take down the immortal Medicine Ridge, which was beyond everyone's expectations. One must know that if the deity race was really that strong, Tsanke and the demon god would be in for a tragedy. Gu Fei paid no attention to the others and directly walked into the pavilion. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. Soon, most of the people in the square in front of the pavilion had left. Only the core members of the chaotic Golden Rock race remained. Just as Gu Fei entered the pavilion in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock race, the ancestral Myrtle Star in the human realm was in a state of turmoil. After the birth of the peerless demoness, whose name was unknown, she devoured the essence of cultivators everywhere, causing everyone in the cultivation world to feel insecure. At this time, He Tian and Ji Changkong arrived at the Flying Immortal City. The Flying Immortal City Lord had returned even earlier than them. They did not cause trouble for the Flying Immortal King. Instead, they used the teleportation formation of the Flying Immortal City. The Flying Immortal City was not far from the ancestral land of the Ji family. Ji Changkong did not return to the ancestral land of the Ji family directly. Instead, he went to visit an expert of virtue and prestige in the Ji family. The great elder of the Ji family was not in the ancestral land of the Ji family. Instead, he was cultivating on a spirit mountain 1,000 miles away. Ji Changkong and He Tian stepped onto the teleportation formation of the flying immortal city. In the next moment, the teleportation formation was activated and the two of them disappeared from the teleportation formation. Those two fellows finally left. After seeing Ji Changkong and He Tian leave the flying immortal city, Lord walked out and heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestral land of the Ji family was naturally located in the best area of the ancestral Myrtle Star. It was the source of the ancestral Earth vein, the birthplace of the ancestral Earth vein. Such a place was absolutely heaven-defying. There was only one such place in the entire ancestral Earth star. There was no other place like it. The place where the ancestral Earth vein converged was like a crouching tiger and coiled dragon. Spiritual chi gathered from all directions. This was a divine land. Cultivating here would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. The great elder of the Ji family, the ancient antique that had lived for countless years, did not sit in the ancestral land of the Ji family. Instead, he was on a spirit mountain 1,000 miles away. He had built many buildings and cultivated there. At this moment, two people arrived at the foot of the mountain peak, surrounded by spiritual chi. These two people were Ji Changkong and He Tian, who had just rushed over. "What are you?" He Tian could not guess what this fellow wanted to do. "I came to pay my respects to the old ancestor first. Then I will return to the ancestral land of the Ji family," said Ji Changkong. He was very clear about the current situation. His power in the Ji family could be said to be negligible. Moreover, he did not know what the branch he belonged to would think about his return. He wanted to establish his own power. He Tian and Ji Changkong did not hesitate and directly went up the mountain. On the ancestral Earth star in the human realm, He Tian and Ji Changkong went to pay a visit to a super antique of the Ji family. If they could invite this person, everything would become very simple. In the ancestral god realm, the void near the immortal medicine ridge constantly emitted incomparably shocking sounds. Two auras of the extreme Tao were vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The void shattered and chaotic chi was shot out. The two terrifying auras of the extreme Tao came from the chaotic chi. The battle between Tsanke and the deity race's old ancestor Yucheong was still undecided. The fact that the two experts were evenly matched was a good thing for Gufei. It would be even better if the two of them were to fight and both of them were heavily injured. Just as the two experts were in a stalemate, three powerful figures that could make one's soul tremble came from afar. Powerful demonic auras spread in all directions. This is, in the immortal medicine ridge, the demon god couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the three suddenly coming. He naturally knew about their background. Why are they here? Could it be that the Lord sent them? The demon god muttered to himself. He had actually taken over the immortal medicine ridge, but the battle between Tsanke and Yu Cheong was still undecided. Rumble. In the shattered void, the chaotic chi was vast and mighty. Sounds of wind and thunder could be heard from the depths of the chaos. The chaos demon ape and the other two golems directly rushed into the chaos, rushing towards Tsanke and Yu Cheong. Swoosh! Just as the three stone gargoyles approached, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly rushed out of the void and slashed at the chaos demon ape. The chaos demon ape immediately raised his right hand to block the attack. The sword light instantly slashed the chaos demon ape's right hand, and it actually made a sound of metal colliding, as if it had slashed a rock. Roar! The chaos demon ape roared angrily and directly slammed his palm forward. The powerful palm force exploded and dispersed the chaotic chi in front of him. After the chaotic essence dissipated, two figures appeared in front of everyone. Kill! Kill. The two super experts roared at the same time and once again collided with each other. Boom! The entire chaotic void seemed like it was about to explode. A powerful energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. However, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two golems did not dodge the mighty energy storm. Instead, they directly fought against it without taking a step back. The Chaos Demon Ape did not hesitate and directly pounced towards Yuqiong. An extremely powerful force erupted from his body, and rays of demonic light pierced towards Yuqiong. Yuqiong's expression changed when he saw that. He directly opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless demonic lights that pierced through him were all swallowed and refined. What? The Chaos Demon Ape was shocked. This fella can actually devour my energy. How am I supposed to fight him? At this moment, the Supreme Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon also made their moves. Extreme demonic energy erupted, causing the entire chaotic void to explode and endless chaotic chi to boil. The three golems had joined forces. Sankei, this is the evidence that you've colluded with the demons. Yuqiong shouted. His body was like a phantom as he moved quickly in the chaotic void, dodging the attacks of the three golems. Humph, whatever you say. Sankei sneered. He was too lazy to explain. So what if I have colluded with the demons? Haha, then you admit it. Yuqiong laughed. The crime of colluding with the demons was not a light one in the ancestral god realm. He would become the public enemy of all the celestial clans in the ancestral god realm. Chapter 30, 399. High up in the sky near the immortal Her Bridge, the void had turned into primal chaos. Powerful energy surged out from the primal chaos. At this moment, Sankei and Yuqiong were fighting in the depths of the bastard. The Chaos Demon Ape and the other two golem devils joined the battle. No matter how strong Yuqiong was, he wouldn't be able to stop them. He executed a strange movement technique and managed to escape from the joint attack of Sankei and the three golem devils. There was a reason why the Heavenly God clan was able to survive for so many years and no one was able to exterminate them. Their cultivation technique was unique. Sankei, you're done for. Yuqiong's figure appeared in the distance. A powerful energy wave spread out from his body, dispersing the primal chaos aura in the surroundings. Haha, I'm done for. What a joke. Sankei burst into laughter. Is this guy stupid? He's the one at a disadvantage, not me. How dare he say that I'm done for? Colluding with the demons will make you the enemy of the entire ancestral god realm. No matter how strong you are, you're done for. Yuqiong stared at Sankei with a malicious gaze. So what? Sankei said coldly. He didn't care because he knew that as long as Gu Fei was here, no one in the ancestral god realm could touch him. Of course, Sankei also knew that Gu Fei wouldn't stay in the ancestral god realm forever because Gu Fei was just a passerby. You're crazy. How can you not care after doing such a crazy thing? Yuqiong looked at Sankei in disbelief. He didn't expect Sankei to have such an attitude. Sankei smiled. You're the one who didn't see it clearly. Whether it's in the primal chaos devil world or the ancestral god realm, strength is everything. As long as I'm strong enough, I can ignore everything and do whatever I want. Sankei was extremely confident in his and Gu Fei's strength. Hearing these words, Yuqiong was even more shocked. Sankei was right. In the world of cultivation, the strong ruled, the weak were prey to the strong. This was an unchanging truth. All right, let me send you on your way, Sankei said as he pressed forward. At the same time, the Chaos Demonic Ape and the other three stone golems spread out and surrounded Yuqiong. Humph! When Yuqiong saw the four experts surrounding him, even though he had fused with the extreme Tao God bone, his expression changed. One must know that their physiques were also extremely powerful and could even contend against an extreme Tao artifact. I won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, Yu Cheong shot up into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, at this moment, a large net suddenly enveloped him from above. It caught him in an instant, causing him to be greatly shocked. Great Een Demon Spider. Yu Cheong couldn't help but frown. Although he was caught in the net, he didn't panic. However, at that moment, a huge spider crawled out from the web and stabbed at Yu Cheong's head with its front claws that looked like demonic spears. Clang! The great Een Demon Spider's 2 front claws pierced Yu Cheong's forehead, but it couldn't pierce through. It only made a metallic sound. Seeing this, the Chaos Demonic Ape and the Dragon Head Demon were shocked. Only Tsang Ke remained calm. At this moment, the great Een Demon Spiders on the net hurriedly retreated. However, Yu Cheong grabbed one of the great Een Demon Spider's front claws and forcefully snapped it off. The great Een Demon Spider was both shocked and furious. Then, it turned into a ray of demonic light and escaped. Haha, that's all. Yu Cheong laughed crazily. He had fused with the extreme Dao Golden Divine Bone and could control the power of the extreme Dao Golden Divine Bone. It was as if he had transformed into an extreme Dao Supreme Being. Yu Cheong became arrogant because of his powerful combat strength. Humph! Tsang Ke sneered and spat out a ray of sword light. The ray of sword light turned into a divine rainbow and pierced through Yu Cheong, who was in the big net. The fluctuation of sword chi of the extreme Tao level spread out from the sword rainbow. Damn it! In the face of Tsang Ke's sword rainbow, Yu Cheong's expression immediately turned solemn. He directly grabbed the huge net and pulled forcefully, tearing a big hole in it. However, at this moment, Tsang Ke's sword light pierced through the web. Roar! Yu Cheong roared and grabbed the sword light with his right hand. When his right hand came into contact with the sword light, the sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard. The Chaos Demonic Ape and the Dragon Head Demon were dumbfounded. Yu Cheong grabbed the sword light that Tsang Ke had shot out. Even Tsang Ke was shocked to see this. However, Yu Cheong's right hand, which was holding onto the sword rainbow, was slashed by the sword chi. Golden blood dripped from his hand. What are you waiting for? Tsang Ke stared at Yu Cheong and said loudly. The Chaos Demonic Ape and the Dragon Head Demon looked at each other and attacked at the same time. The Chaos Demonic Ape opened his mouth and spat out a ball of pitch-black demonic fire. As soon as the demonic fire appeared, it instantly spread out. A large amount of chaotic aura was burnt and destroyed by the demonic fire. The demonic fire engulfed Yu Cheong. The Dragon Head Demon flipped his hands and a few demonic spears appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, he threw the demonic spears at Yu Cheong. The demonic spears turned into demonic light and disappeared in the demonic fire. Ha! You want to kill me with this? Dream on. Yu Cheong's laughter could be heard from the demonic fire. They can't kill you, but what about me? At this moment, a voice was heard in the chaos. Who are you? Yu Cheong stopped laughing in the demonic fire. Boom! At this moment, an ancient cauldron appeared directly in the sky above the ball of demonic flames. Then, it directly suppressed the demonic flames below. What? As the ancient cauldron pressed down, the demonic fire immediately dissipated. A terrifying force that could shake the heavens exploded from the ancient cauldron. The mighty primordial chaos force dispersed the surrounding chaotic aura. Yu Cheong, who was below the ancient cauldron, could not even straighten his back. At this moment, the rainbow sword in his hand flew back to Tsang Ke and entered his body. Chapter 3400. Gu Fei had arrived, but it wasn't his true body that had come. It was just a clone, and his incarnation had brought along the mountain and river cauldron. He sealed a part of the primal chaos as soon as he took action, suppressing the deity race's old ancestor to the point where he couldn't even straighten his back. Nathaniel Hawthorne. What? Who the hell are you? The old ancestor of the deity race was afraid because the power coming down from the ancient cauldron above his head was too great. Although he tried his best to draw the power of the golden divine bone, it was still difficult to contend against it. Yu Qiong tried his best to hold on, but his waist still started to bend. Who am I? Of course it's the person who killed you. Isn't that obvious? Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Yu Qiong and said with a smile. In fact, he was also very surprised that Yu Qiong could withstand the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron for so long. If it had been an ordinary patriarch, he would have been obliterated by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, fused with the divine item of extreme path. Very soon, Gu Fei's clone saw through Ancestor Yu Qiong's true state. Ancestor Yu Qiong's body shone with boundless golden light. 9 ancient golden runes appeared on his body. Each rune radiated with immortal light. Those were the extreme Tao divine runes. This also meant that old Ancestor Yu Qiong had already used all of his strength. His body's endurance had reached its limit. He needed 9 extreme Tao divine runes to seal his divine body. The deity race's secret technique, which could fuse with an extreme divine artifact, was indeed heaven-defying. It was similar to the technique Gu Fei cultivated in the past, which allowed him to fuse weapons into his body. Roar! Old Ancestor Yu Qiong roared in anger. Powerful extreme path, divine power burst forth from his body, and in the next moment his clothes were torn to shreds and scattered all over the sky. This guy is quite strong. Gu Fei's clone was startled to see Ancestor Yu Qiong's bulging muscles. This fellow was tall and slender, but it was unexpected for him to have such a powerful divine body. Even a middle-aged man wouldn't have such a physique. Despite his old age, Forefather Yu Qiong's divine body was still in peak condition. Forefather Yu Qiong's muscles and bones were trembling as he unleashed a tremendous amount of divine force. However, it was only a futile struggle. That was the only way to go. Very soon, Elder Ancestor Yu Qiong was suppressed by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river and was lying on the ground, trembling. When Song Ke and the others saw this, they could not help but be moved. He had fought this guy for a few days but was unable to defeat him. However, Gu Fei's clone had subdued this guy as soon as he arrived. Could it be that Gu Fei's doppelganger was stronger than him? Thinking of this, Song Ke was extremely depressed. He actually knew that the reason Gu Fei's clone was able to suppress Yu Qiong was because of the mountain and river cauldron. However, even though he knew this, Song Ke was still unhappy. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was truly heaven-defying. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated and unleashed powerful primordial chaos energy. Cracking sounds could be heard from Forefather Yu Qiong's bones as if they were being crushed. All right, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei's clone did not want to play anymore. In fact, there was nothing fun about this. This guy was not even a quasi-supreme. How could he possibly be a match for him? This guy is really done for this time. Song Ke felt a little complicated at the sight of this. At this moment, he could not feel happy at all. Boom! An even more powerful primordial chaos energy exploded from the mountain and river cauldron. 9 primordial chaos, Tao runes emerged from the mountain and river cauldron. The entire chaotic void seemed to freeze. In the next moment, the primordial chaos energy descended from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, tragedy struck Forefather Yu Qiong. Forefather Yu Qiong let out a miserable shriek. Sounds of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Bloody wounds appeared on his body, and some of his bones even pierced through his body. Golden divine blood continuously seeped out from Forefather Yu Qiong's body. At this moment, he discovered that his divine body was no longer under his control. The divine blood that was flowing out of his body couldn't be retrieved. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron began to suppress Forefather Yu Qiong. Don't! Can't I surrender? Old Ancestor Yu Qiong panicked. The other party was so powerful, and indeed had the strength to kill him. At this time, he felt the golden god bone in his body was actually afraid of the cauldron in the sky and was actually showing signs of escaping. This was definitely not a good thing for forefather Yuqiong. One must know that the reason he could still hold on was because the golden divine bone had fused with him. Once the golden divine bone left his body, he would immediately die. With a thought from Gu Fei's clone, the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing forefather Yuqiong immediately stopped. It was like a primordial divine mountain hovering there, giving off an endless sense of pressure. Even an expert like Song Ke couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate upon seeing the scene. One must know that he was once an extreme sovereign, one of the strongest experts in the ancestral god realm. You want to surrender? Gu Fei's clone looked at the old man lying motionlessly under the mountain and river cauldron and said with a faint smile, Yes. I want to surrender. I want to surrender. Forefather Yuqiong hurriedly said. At this moment, his life was more important. He no longer cared about his face. His face was no longer an issue when his life was at stake. All right, it's fine if you want to surrender, but you have to be my servant. Are you willing? Gu Fei's clone said. What? Forefather Yuqiong, who was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This guy actually wanted him to be his servant. He was a dignified forefather of the deity race. If he agreed, it would be impossible for him to stay in the deity race. One must know that once the patriarch of the deity race knew that he had become Gu Fei's servant, his name would definitely be removed from the deity race. You still need to consider this? Then go on your way. Gu Fei's clone said. He didn't have much patience. This so-called forefather of the deity race could barely be his servant with his cultivation and combat strength. Don't. I'm willing. At this moment, forefather Yuqiong's golden divine bone was about to rush out of his body. He had no choice but to agree. In the end, his life was more important. As long as he didn't die, everything was still possible. Very well. Gu Fei's clone directly pointed a finger. A ball of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand. It instantly shot towards forefather Yuqiong and directly entered his forehead. What? Ancestor Yuqiong was shocked. In the next moment, he felt like his soul had been shackled. However, this feeling disappeared very quickly, as if nothing had happened at all. Forefather Yuqiong had lived for countless years and even experienced the darkest period of the ancestral god realm. He knew that from now on, he might really become Yi Futian's servant. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone laughed and directly waved his right hand. The mountain and river cauldron floating in the void immediately flew back to him. It quickly shrunk and landed in his right hand. Forefather Yuqiong only felt his body lighten. The terrifying power that was suppressing him immediately disappeared. He circulated his divine power, and the wounds on his body quickly healed. He stood up and directly opened a storage space that he had refined. He took out a set of clean clothes and quickly put them on. He then hurriedly went in front of Gu Fei's clone. Yuqiong greets master. Forefather Yuqiong directly knelt in front of Gu Fei's clone, who was holding the mountain and river cauldron. All right, get up. From now on, you will be like them and do your best to work for me. I won't mistreat you. Gu Fei's clone pointed at the chaos demon ape and the other 2 stone devils and said, What? They are also master servants? Yuqiong was shocked to see this. One should know that if he didn't use the golden god's bone, any one of the 3 stone devils could easily take his life. An existence that could use the power of the extreme way, even if he wanted to kill a quasi-supreme, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Thinking of this, Yuqiong's forehead was covered in sweat. Who exactly is master to be able to subdue such powerful demons? Master shouldn't be a demon. The god race and the devil race were born to be sworn enemies. In the past, when there was still a passageway between the 2 realms, and when the god race and devil race in the ancestor god realm and the chaos devil world could still communicate with each other, The two great races were already fighting endlessly. If the God race and the demons in the ancestral God realm and the chaos demon realm could live in harmony, there wouldn't have been such an earth-shattering war. Of course, Gu Fei's clone wouldn't care about these things. What he cared about was his own strength. He wanted to nurture his own forces in the ancestral God realm. In that case, he would start with old ancestor Yu Qiong of the deity race. Get up. Why are you still kneeling? Gu Fei's clone glanced at old ancestor Yu Qiong, who was kneeling in front of him, and said, "Yes, master." Old ancestor Yu Qiong quickly stood up. He didn't want to bow and scrape to please others, but he had no choice. If he didn't, he would be dead for sure. An ambitious and ruthless person like Yu Qiong could endure humiliation and what others couldn't. His will was incomparably firm, and his will to survive was stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an ambitious and ruthless person. Your deity race should forget about the Immortal Medicine Ridge. It's a place that belongs to Tsang Quebec, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Yes, it belongs to whoever master says it belongs to. Yu Qiong lowered his head and said. He didn't dare to look at Gu Fei's clone. His words had a hidden meaning. Only Gu Fei could decide who the Immortal Medicine Ridge belonged to. Song Ke used to be a supreme god ancestor. How could he not understand Yu Qiong's hidden meaning? However, he didn't say anything. His face was calm, and he didn't show any expression. This made Yu Qiong a little disappointed. He was trying to sow discord. However, in the next moment, Yu Qiong flew out as if he was hit by something. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Don't play tricks in front of me. Understand? Gu Fei's clone looked at old ancestor Yu Qiong coldly and said, If Tsang Ke could understand Yu Qiong's hidden meaning, so could he. Yes, master. I won't do it again. Old ancestor Yu Qiong quickly wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said in fear, All right, let's go out. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he immediately turned around and walked towards the ancestral god realm outside the primal chaos. The instant he walked out of the primal chaos void, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere outside seemed a little strange. Chapter 3401. What Song Ke couldn't handle was settled by Gu Fei's doppelganger. The old ancestor of the deity race, Yu Qiong, was defeated by Gu Fei's doppelganger. In order to survive, he was willing to be Gu Fei's servant and follow Gu Fei's orders. Therefore, Gu Fei's doppelganger placed a restrictive spell on Yu Qiong's spirit. If the old ancestor of the deity race disobeyed his orders, he could kill him with just a thought. Therefore, Gu Fei's doppelganger was not worried that Yu Qiong would betray him unless he was tired of living and wanted to die. With Yu Qiong's temperament, he would not be so stupid as to want to die. In fact, the longer one lived, the more afraid they were of death. When Gu Fei's doppelganger brought everyone out of the chaos, they found that it was extremely quiet outside. There was not a single cultivator in the entire Immortal Medicine Ridge. What's going on? Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked to see the scene. Where did the demon god go? Shouldn't he be guarding the Immortal Medicine Ridge? The demon god who was supposed to be guarding the Immortal Medicine Ridge was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there seemed to be a murderous aura shrouding the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's doppelganger felt that something was wrong. Boom! Just when everyone was bewildered, a loud noise was heard. Suddenly, a huge tentacle broke through the void above everyone's head and directly entangled them. On the huge tentacle, there were suction cups that were even bigger than small mountains. There were also extremely sharp teeth growing in the suction cups. If one was entangled by the tentacle, even if one did not die, a layer of skin would be torn off. This is Yu Qiong, who had just been subdued by Gu Fei's doppelganger, was shocked to see the tentacle that suddenly broke through the void and rushed out. He seemed to know the origin of the tentacle. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger raised his head and looked up. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a series of extremely sharp sword lights immediately rushed out of his hand. In an instant, it turned into a shocking sword rainbow and pierced through the tentacle that was as big as a mountain ridge. A chilling, sword energy spread out. Song Ke and Yu Qiong, who were behind Gu Fei, immediately felt a chill in their faces. It was as if someone was holding a sword to their throats. Song Ke and the others were shocked when they saw this. It was only a clone of Gu Fei, yet it possessed such a powerful battle prowess. It had truly exceeded their expectations. In fact, what they didn't know was that Gu Fei's doppelganger was a different kind of existence. Unlike ordinary doppelgangers, his doppelgangers could achieve self-growth and metamorphosis. Gu Fei's doppelganger could unleash 70 to 80% of his true strength. The sword light pierced through the tentacles that were as thick as a mountain ridge. Each sword light that penetrated through the tentacles brought with it a blob of purple divine blood. The purple divine blood rained down from the sky as if it was raining divine blood. Naturally, Gu Fei's doppelganger, Song Ke, and the others would not be drenched by the purple blood rain. A divine shield emerged from their bodies and blocked the purple blood rain that was falling from the sky. As for the 3 gargoyle demons, they were directly drenched by the purple blood rain. The pure divine power contained in the purple blood rain was directly refined and absorbed by them. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger looked up into the sky with a solemn expression. Rumble! That incomparably huge tentacle retracted, but the void was collapsing and collapsing. A figure that was even larger than a mountain broke through the void and entered this world. Soon, a huge black shadow appeared high up in the sky, blocking the entire sky. What? At this moment, even Song Ke's expression changed. The huge existence in the sky was actually a huge octopus monster. Its tentacles fell from the sky and danced in the void. It's the Earth Spirit Clan. Old ancestor Yu Qiong exclaimed in shock. On the back of the giant octopus, there were actually black mountains. On those mountains, there were pitch-black caves, and from each cave, an incomparably powerful aura could be felt. The Earth Spirit Clan liked to live in caves. They were a race that walked underground. But without a doubt, the Earth Spirit Clan was definitely one of the most powerful races in the entire Eastern continent. At this time, the Earth Spirit Clan's experts suddenly appeared in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The other party's intention was obvious. Scram! Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the octopus monster in the sky and said, his voice spread far and wide, "Young man, you're too arrogant." At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave on the octopus monster's back. It was a tall, middle-aged man. "So what if I'm arrogant? What can you do to me?" Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the middle-aged man and said disdainfully, "Presumptuous." The middle-aged man's gaze turned sharp. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger. A powerful pressure emanated from his body and suppressed Gu Fei's doppelganger. Quasi-Supreme. Gu Fei's doppelganger was a little surprised. This fella was actually a Quasi-Supreme. No wonder he dared to plot against the Immortal Medicine Ridge. Little fella die. The Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan didn't hesitate. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei's doppelganger. The strength of a Quasi-Supreme surged from his body. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed at this moment. Just as the Quasi-Supreme's right hand was about to grab Gu Fei's doppelganger, a huge hand suddenly stretched out from the side. Bam! A muffled collision sound was heard. The Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan and the person next to Gu Fei's doppelganger clashed. Neither of them gained the upper hand. The two experts each took a few steps back. "Who are you?" The Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and asked coldly. The person who blocked the Quasi-Supreme's attack was Tsang Quebec. Of course, even if he didn't make a move, the Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit Clan wouldn't have been able to injure Gu Fei's doppelganger. Tsang Quebec. Song Ke directly said his name. At his cultivation level, there was no need for him to hide anything. Song K, the one who was said to have died in the Chaos Demon realm. The Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit clan couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect Song K to still be alive and had even returned. "Humph, at least you have some eyesight," Song K said coldly. "Roar!" Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from the depths of the mountain range in the distance. Then, with a bang, the entire mountain range instantly turned into dust and completely disappeared from this world. At the same time, two extremely powerful auras came from afar. This is the eyes of Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately lit up when he sensed the two auras. One of the two guys who were fighting was the demon god. Obviously, the other party was trying to lure the demon god away and occupy the immortal Medicine Ridge. One had to admit that the Earth Spirit clan's plan was not bad. However, the plan was dead while the people were alive. Whether they could succeed or not depended on their luck. At that moment, more experts from the Earth Spirit clan appeared on the back of the octopus monster. Almost all of them were looking at the two experts below nervously. Kill. Without saying too much, that Quasi-Supreme of the Earth Spirit clan continued to attack. Boundless Earth essence gathered, and an extremely terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Gu Fei's doppelganger only felt his body tighten. The Earth essence chi turned into divine chains and wrapped around him tightly. Roar! Gu Fei's doppelganger roared towards the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread out and the entire void shook. Visible transparent ripples spread out in all directions. The divine chains that were wrapped around his body immediately crumbled. Rumble, the pitch-black spatial cracks were like black lightning bolts, wreaking havoc in all directions. The Earth Spirit clan's expert was the first to bear the brunt of the sound wave and was forced to take a dozen steps back. He was inexplicably shocked. The little guy's cultivation was obviously lower than his, but the combat strength he had displayed was extremely abnormal. How could this be? The Quasi-Supreme from the Earth Spirit clan was very curious. Swoosh! At that moment, the figure of Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared into the void. Bang! A fist punched out from the void and hit one of the Earth Spirit clan's patriarchs, sending him flying. You! The Earth Spirit clan's expert was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. After he stabilized his body, his left eye swelled up. The punch just now had landed on his right eye. You what? Take another punch from me. Gu Fei's doppelganger's voice came out of the void. As he spoke, his fist suddenly came out of the void again. This time, although the Earth Spirit clan's expert was prepared, he was still punched in the right eye by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Roar! The Earth Spirit clan's expert roared continuously. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Even the cultivators who were thousands of miles away could hear his roar. At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger was still fused with the void around him. Not even the Earth Spirit clan's expert could sense his existence. This was the power of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Soon, the handsome Quasi-Supreme from the deity clan was beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Song Ke and old ancestor Yu Qiong were shocked to see this. One had to know that the Earth Spirit clan's expert was one of the best. If Gu Fei's doppelganger were to offend him, there would be endless troubles in the future. Chapter 3402. As the ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan by Wu, he was really unlucky today. He was beaten into a pig's head. If this got out, it would shake the entire east continent of the ancestral god realm. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone came and went like a ghost. The ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, by Wu, lost his temper. Bang! A fist quickly enlarged in Bai Wu's eyes. It directly smashed into his nose. Kacha! A sound rang out. His towering nose immediately caved in. Blood splattered. How dare you hit my face? The ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, Bai Wu, was about to go crazy. The other party was too despicable. He was deliberately trying to make him lose face in front of others. This was too evil. Bai Wu spat out a few teeth that had been knocked out. "Ha! I'll hit your face. What do you think?" Gu Fei's doppelganger silently appeared in front of Bai Wu. He said while laughing, looking at the other party's swollen face. He was very happy. He was ruthless enough. One had to know. This kind of injury was not easy to heal, because it was a great Tao injury. He gathered powerful Tao energy on his fist. It was a great Tao injury on Bai Wu's body. It wouldn't recover without a period of rest. "I'll fight you to the death." Bai Wu was furious. His nose had been smashed. He looked very ferocious with blood all over his face. "I don't want to fight you to the death. Little ones, I'll leave this guy to you." Gu Fei's clone said and flashed to the side. Then he took out a chair and sat down in the void. Then, out of nowhere, he took out a jade plate. There were many celestial fruits on the jade plate. He sat on the chair, holding the jade plate, eating the celestial fruits. He was ready to watch the show. Seeing how the other party was looking down on him, Bai Wu was shocked and angry at the same time. At this moment, 3 powerful demonic shadows were already closing in on him. Demon, when he saw that it was the 3 great demons who were closing in on him, he frowned. Bai Wu ignored the pain on his face, because he could sense something from the 3 devil shadows. He felt a strong, murderous aura. That person was eating immortal fruits at the side. The guy who was leisurely watching the show didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he didn't know how many times he had died just now. However, Bai Wu was very clear. These 3 powerful demons had treated him as prey. At this moment, the kraken, which is many times bigger than a mountain, is still hovering in the sky. The octopus was carrying a black mountain on its back. There were many cave dwellings on those black mountains. Some of the cave abodes were astonishing. He was actually breathing in and out the yin and yang energies. Moreover, not to mention the big shots on the back of the kraken. The kraken itself is an unimaginably powerful existence. The combat power of the octopus. He was definitely not weaker than Bai Wu. Such a powerful existence. He was actually willing to carry these guys who were weaker than him. This made Gu Fei's clone very surprised. One had to know. This was a world where the strong were respected. "Do you want to gang up on me?" Bai Wu said in a deep voice. His eyes that were so swollen that he almost couldn't open them shone with a bright light. "Humph. So what if we gang up on you?" "That's right. Can't we gang up on you? Why are you talking so much with this guy? Let's do it. This guy seems to be okay. Devouring his divine Tao source. It will definitely increase our power." The Chaos Demon Ape, Supreme Een Demon Spider, and Dragon Head Demon didn't seem to put this ancestor of the Earth's spirit race in their eyes. A powerful demonic aura erupted from their bodies. The entire world instantly darkened. The wind and clouds changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. The aura of the 3 demonic experts affected the weather of this area. "You all. Very good." Bai Wu was furious. Did these people really think of him as a sick cat? How preposterous. He could forget about that guy just now. But now even these 3 guys dared to look down on him. He didn't want to kill these 3 guys. It was really hard to get rid of the hatred in his heart. At this moment, in the mountains far away, the demon god and another expert of the earth spirit race were fighting fiercely. The entire mountain was shaking. Divine, rainbow-like lights kept rushing out from inside. The entire mountain was shrouded in smoke and dust. 2 waves of power were reloading. That was the power of an ancestor. It was earth-shattering. This battle was earth-shattering. The entire mountain ridge had been destroyed beyond recognition. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal Medicine Ridge, they wouldn't be able to protect it. Ancestor-level existences were so powerful. They were all quasi-supreme existences. Of course, there were also half-step quasi-supreme beings who called themselves ancestors, like Yu Qiong of the deity race. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 stone demons also attacked. I should have beaten him long ago. Gu-Fei's clone was lying on a chair. He directly grabbed an immortal fruit and threw it into his mouth. Boom! At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape let out a strange cry. It directly clashed with the ancestor of the Earth spirit race, Bai Wu. The 2 figures instantly separated. Then they quickly moved in the air. The supreme Yin Demon Spider also attacked. A black net was like a black cloud. It directly enveloped Bai Wu. It wanted to trap him in the net. Buzz! A sword hum came from Bai Wu's body. After that, a sword light instantly rushed out from his body. It directly tore open a long hole in the huge net that was enveloping them. Swish! Bai Wu directly turned into a ray of divine light. He rushed out of the big net. However, Bai Wu had just rushed out of the big net. A fist directly smashed towards him. It fiercely hit his head. Roar! Bai Wu roared. He directly fell back into the big net. Kill! The Chaos Demon Ape directly attacked Bai Wu, who had fallen into the big net. He spat out a mouthful of demonic fire. That mouthful of demonic fire instantly turned into a monstrous fire. It instantly annihilated Bai Wu. You want to kill me with this kind of method? Dream on. Bai Wu's incomparably arrogant voice came out from the demonic fire. However, very soon, Bai Wu could not be happy. The supreme Yin Demon Spider had used a big move. A wave of power of the moon suddenly exploded. In an instant, it froze 10,000 miles, and Bai Wu bore the brunt of it. He was directly frozen by the great Yin Demon Spider's power of Yin. The air froze. Stinky Spider, even Lousy is frozen. A wave of divine will spread out. After that, boom! There was a loud sound. A figure broke through the ice. He directly rushed out of the frozen space. The extreme Yin power of the extreme Yin Demon Spider was too strong. Even the demonic fire of the Chaos Demon Ape was frozen. This caused everyone who saw this scene to be shocked. That dragon head demon saw the opportunity early. He dodged in time. He was not affected at all. The body of the Chaos Demon Ape that rushed out of the ice was covered in ice. His body trembled. Immediately, the ice shards kept falling down. Haha! Gu-Fei's clone was overjoyed when he saw this. Rumble! At this moment, the frozen space began to tremble. Cracks appeared on the solid ice. The sealed Bai Wu actually wanted to break out of the seal. Quick! Let's attack together. Let's completely seal this guy. The middle-aged man, transformed from the supreme Yin Demon Spider, shouted at the Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon Head Demon. The Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon Head Demon hurriedly nodded. Then, he directly used his strongest divine ability. 9 demonic tattoos appeared on their bodies. 9 demonic marks rushed out from their bodies. It flew towards the frozen Bai Wu to suppress him. The 3 gargoyle demons attacked with all their might, with the power of the 3 great demonic path experts. They wanted to seal the Bai Wu. In fact, they could indeed do it. However, just as the Bai Wu was about to be frozen by the 3 gargoyle demons, a ray of divine light suddenly descended from the sky. It directly landed on the frozen space. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The void that had been sealed by the ice directly exploded. The divine light dissipated. A figure appeared in the divine light. A powerful force of the extreme path spread out from the figure. It directly pushed the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 devils back. What? The 3 gargoyle demons were shocked. When they stopped retreating, they focused and looked. They were shocked again, because they were pushed back. The person who saved the Bai Wu. It was a young man, a white-clothed young man. Who needs you to save me? The Bai Wu walked out of the frozen space, seeing that the person who saved him was the white-clothed young man. His expression immediately became ugly. Father, don't try to be brave. the white-clothed young man said with a smile. This, hearing the white-clothed young man's words, the 3 gargoyle demons were even more shocked. This guy was actually the old man's son. His son was much stronger than his father. What did you say? You mean that your father, can't do it. The Bai Wu's expression became even uglier. No, how could my son think like that? The white-clothed young man still said with a smile. Humph, you don't say that, but you definitely think that in your heart. Bai Wu said angrily. Sigh. The white-clothed young man sighed. He didn't say anything else, in case he made more mistakes. His father's temper. He still didn't know. It was just that he was stronger than him. It just made him lose face. Logically speaking, the son was stronger than the father. The old man should be happy. But Bai Wu didn't think so. The son is stronger than the father. Interesting. Gu Fei's clone, who was watching the show, muttered to himself. Go away. I don't need your help, Bai Wu said as he strode forward. He wanted to continue fighting the Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 gargoyle demons. Father, you fought for so long. It's time to go back and rest. The white-clothed young man didn't retreat. Instead, he said such words. Bai Wu was furious. His hands were shaking. All of you come together. The Chaos Demon Ape stared at the white-clothed young man. He said coldly. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted from his body. That's right. Take down the father and son together. The middle-aged man, transformed from the great demonic spider, said with a solemn expression. Chapter 3403. The Chaos Demonic Ape and the other 2 demons did not seem to take Bai Wu and his son seriously. Bai Wu was enraged by their arrogant attitude. These 3 devils were simply too detestable. However, Bai Wu's son smiled at the Chaos Demonic Ape and the other 2 demons. He did not say anything, nor did he get angry. My son is more patient than I am. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was sitting on a chair and eating a celestial fruit, murmured to himself. The young man's cultivation and combat strength were very strong. At least, he was much stronger than his father. Demons should be killed by everyone. The young man in white took a step forward and disappeared into the void in an instant. The Chaos Demonic Ape sensed danger in the next moment. He moved to the right without thinking. Almost at the same time, a light blade appeared in the void without warning and fell on the Chaos Demonic Ape. Although the Chaos Demonic Ape's reaction was fast, one of his sleeves was still cut by the light blade. This surprised him greatly. Humph, you want to kill me? You are not qualified. The Chaos Demonic Ape sneered. At the same time, he punched the void. The void, which seemed to be empty, suddenly rippled like water. A figure directly fell out of the void. This person was Bai Wu's son. Many people look down on me. Those who look down on me are all killed by me in the end. The young man in white looked at the 3 stone demons who were approaching him step by step. He was still very calm. This guy is very arrogant. Gu Fei's doppelganger heard the words of the young man in white. He could not help but think more highly of this expert from the Earth Spirit clan. This guy was definitely a formidable person. You talk too much. Kill. The middle-aged man who was transformed from the demon spider shouted. He waved his right hand and a pitch-black net flew out from his hand. It instantly enveloped the entire void. A chilly aura immediately spread out, and the void seemed to solidify. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have been frozen by the chilly power emitted from the demon net. However, the young man in white was not an ordinary cultivator. Swoosh! Suddenly, 2 beams of divine light shot out from the white-robed youth's eyes. One was black and the other was white. This was the yin-yang divine force. The sword light formed by the yin-yang divine force was incomparably sharp. As the sword light flashed, 2 large holes appeared in the demon spider's web. This The great Een demon spider was shocked. This fellow had actually broken through its great Een demon net so easily. This fellow's battle prowess was definitely above its own. Even if it wasn't, it was on par with it. 2 streaks of Een yang sword light shot out from the white-robed young man's eyes. After piercing through the great Een demon spider's great Een demon web, they shot towards the great Een demon spider. Freeze! The demon spider roared angrily, and a surge of extreme Een power erupted from its body. In the next moment, the 2 streaks of Een and yang sword light that had pierced through the air stopped in midair. The Een and yang sword light was actually frozen by the extreme Een power that erupted from the great Een demon spider's body. The great Een demon spider threw a punch forward, and the 2 streaks of Een and yang sword light immediately shattered into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, the white-robed youth could not help but be surprised. These 3 demons were not as weak as he had thought. It should be known that not everyone could use the extreme Een power. At this moment, the middle-aged man that the great Een demon spider had transformed into emitted an extremely terrifying Een aura. The space around him seemed to be frozen. The chaos demon ape and the dragon head demon were not too close to the great Een demon spider. The power of the ice seal surged towards the white-clothed young man from all directions in an attempt to freeze him. However, everyone knew that it wasn't an easy task to freeze this white-clothed young man. Boom! As the cold air approached, the white-robed youth's body emitted a divine light of Een and yang. The power of Een and yang intertwined and actually blocked the mighty power of Een. However, even though he had blocked the extreme Een chill, the space around him was frozen by the extreme Een chill, and there was still cold air attacking his body. At this moment, the chaos demon ape charged over. This demon ape was extremely ferocious, and the aura that erupted from its body was extremely powerful. Boom! With just a punch, the chaos demon ape directly smashed the frozen space around the white-robed youth into pieces. Its fist that was surrounded by demonic flames directly smashed towards the white-robed youth. What? When the white-robed youth saw this, he could not help but be shocked. The demonic power that emanated from the opponent's fist was too powerful. Even a demonic mountain would not be able to withstand this punch. Bam! There was a muffled sound. The chaos demon ape's fist did not land on the white-robed young man's face. Instead, it landed on his arms. The violent impact shattered the white-robed young man's sleeves. The white-robed youth was sent flying by the punch, and he was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away. Damn it! The white-robed youth felt as though his arms were about to break. It was extremely painful, but the bones in his arms did not break. He actually managed to block the chaos demon ape's punch. Little fella, your bones are really tough. The chaos demon ape laughed as it took a step forward in the void. With just one step, it had already caught up with the white-robed youth, who was sent flying backward. Then it threw another punch. Without any suspense, the white-robed youth was once again sent flying by the chaos demon ape's punch. Who was the chaos demon ape? It was a group of demons that specialized in strength. The chaos demon ape was very surprised that the white-robed youth was able to take a punch from the chaos demon ape. Whoosh! Just as the chaos demon ape sent the white-robed youth flying again, the dragon head demon finally made its move. A beam of demonic light shot out from its hand and pierced through the white-robed youth, who was sent flying backward. Within the demonic light, one could vaguely see a battle spear vaguely. Yin and yang rotation, change of heaven and earth. The white-robed youth roared furiously and immediately displayed the yin and yang magic that he had cultivated. The power of yin and yang surged from his body and evolved into a black and white yin-yang diagram. This is Gufei's clone, who was leisurely watching the battle from the sidelines, could not help but be surprised when he saw the white-robed youth's magic. With his eyesight, he could naturally see through the white-robed youth's move. Then, The void around the white-robed youth began to ripple. All the killing moves that were coming at him were all shifted away by the power of yin and yang. This magic, the eyes of Gu Fei's clone lit up. The magic that the white-robed youth displayed was similar to the chaotic reversal, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Die! Without any hesitation, the 3 golem demons charged together. 3 extreme demonic powers erupted at the same time, and the powerful impact caused the void to constantly crack open pitch-black spatial fissures that resembled lightning bolts. Rumble! The 3 golem demons were getting serious. The void around them constantly exploded, only to be repaired by the power of the world. Ganging up on me? Your grandpa is here. Come, come, come. Let's fight to the death again. Bai Wu was worried that his son would not be able to handle it. After all, it was 1 against 3. No matter how powerful his son was, he still had to be cautious. As he spoke, Bai Wu had already made his move. Powerful extreme, grade divine power erupted from his body as he directly attacked the dragon head demon. The powerful force sealed the void in a corner of the world, sealing off all of the dragon head demon's escape routes. The dragon head demon had no other choice but to fight Bai Wu. Powerful energy waves spread out in all directions, causing everything to tremble. The aura of extreme Tao spread out, causing countless living beings to panic to the extreme. I can handle it, the white-robed youth said. Don't talk nonsense, let's fight. The chaos demon ape roared angrily. He immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared into the void at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, his fist had already smashed into the white-robed youth's face. Roar! The white-robed youth roared angrily. He desperately circulated the divine power in his body as if he had gone mad. Rays of divine light turned into sword light and directly pierced towards the chaos demon ape and the other 2 demons. He was risking his life. He had no choice but to do so. These 3 fellows were too powerful. Even though his father had stopped one of them, there were still 2 demons eyeing him covetously. Rumble! The 3 figures moved quickly in the void. The white-robed youth displayed his divine power and fought against the chaos demon ape and the great Yin demon spider at the same time. Rays of immortal divine light constantly rushed out of the white-robed youth's body, piercing through the void. The chaos demon ape and the great Yin demon spider were suddenly hit by the divine light that suddenly erupted from the other party's body. However, such sharp divine light did not even leave a mark on their bodies. What? The white-robed youth couldn't help but be shocked. These 2 fellows' physical bodies were so powerful. How was this possible? How did they do it? He was very curious, but he was even more shocked because the other party had an almost immortal physical body. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Bam! Due to a moment of carelessness, the white-robed young cultivator was struck by the chaos demon ape's fist once again. This time, the sound of his bones breaking could be heard. Then, the white-robed youth was sent flying. He couldn't believe that the other party's strength was even stronger than before. He could actually injure him. Unbelievable! This was absolutely unbelievable. The white-robed youth really didn't expect the chaos demon ape's combat strength to suddenly soar. Chapter 3404. The consequences of a wrong estimation were very serious. The expert of the Earth Spirit clan by Chen was really too conceited. He thought that he could fight against 3 gargoyle demons at the same time. However, he did not know that the 3 gargoyle demons were already demon sovereigns in the demon world before they were refined into gargoyle demons by the ancestor of the god slaying Demon Palace. After being refined into gargoyle demons by the ancestor of the god slaying Demon Palace, they were even controlled by the ancestor of the god slaying Demon Palace and fought everywhere for him. It could be said that the chaos demon ape and the other 2 gargoyle demons were terrifying demons that had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They had rich battle experience and were definitely not something that Bai Chen could compare to. Haha, little fellow, do you know how powerful I am? The Chaos Demon Ape stared at Bai Chen and laughed. His eyes flickered. He was no longer a pure puppet. His divine soul that had sunk into depravity was gradually recovering. It was the same for the supreme Een Demon Spider and the Dragon Head Demon. Back then, they were refined into gargoyle demons by the ancestor of the god slaying Demon Palace, and barely retained a wisp of their divine soul. Even so, the strand of soul was in a deep slumber. It was only because Gu Fei had awakened the sleeping strand of soul with a secret technique that they regained their independent consciousness. They were very grateful to Gu Fei. "You guys are pretending to be pigs to eat tigers." Bai Chen stared fiercely at the Chaos Demon Ape and said while gritting his teeth, "TSK, we're just playing with you. Do you really think that we see you as a real opponent?" The Chaos Demon Ape said disdainfully, "This little fellow thinks too highly of himself and overestimates himself," said Tai Rin. He was the human form of the great Een Demon Spider. Ever since he followed Gu Fei, no one knew where he found a set of Taoist clothes. The Dragon Head Demon had transformed into a black-clothed man. This guy had a fierce face, a full beard, and eyes the size of copper bells. With such a dignified appearance, he could definitely scare a child to tears. "Humph, why are you talking so much? Do you guys still want to play?" "Master didn't ask us to come here to play," the Dragon Head Demon said in a low voice. Hearing the Dragon Head Demon's words, the expressions of Tai Rin and the Chaos Demon Ape turned solemn. At this moment, Bai Wu stood beside Bai Chen. "All right, I'm done playing. I'll send you and your son on your way." The Chaos Demon Ape stared at the two experts from the Earth Spirit clan and said in a deep voice. Then, a terrifying murderous aura exploded from his body. The murderous aura was vast and mighty, and the temperature of the entire void rapidly dropped under the impact of the murderous aura. The great Een Demon Spider transformed into a Tai human, and the Dragon Head Devil transformed into a ferocious-looking strong man, also emitted a shocking killing intent. The three great demons stared at the Bai Wu father and son pair. This should have happened long ago. In the distant sky, Gu Fei's clone spoke. He sat on a chair and ate immortal fruits, leisurely watching the show. At this moment, Sankei couldn't help but be moved when he saw the scene. He also wanted to see how strong the three gargoyles were. The three gargoyles were serious. Three figures shrouded in demonic light, directly pressed towards the Bai Wu father and son pair. The entire void seemed to solidify. The Chaos Demon Ape and the other's strength seemed to have merged together. The powerful coercion caused the surrounding void to collapse and be annihilated continuously. It was terrifying. At this moment, the Bai Wu father and son pair looked incomparably solemn. The cultivation and strength of the three demons had far exceeded their expectations. "Die!" The Chaos Demon Ape roared angrily. Just as he was about to attack, an incomparably huge tentacle suddenly fell from the sky and entangled the three gargoyles. "What?" The Chaos Demon Ape and the others were inexplicably shocked. They hurriedly dodged the tentacle. There were countless suckers on the huge tentacle, and the suckers were filled with incomparably sharp teeth. If they were entangled by such a tentacle, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Chaos Demon Ape and the others hurriedly scattered. The octopus monster was attacking. Powerful waves of divine power swept across the sky. Many powerful figures appeared on the mountain ridges on the back of the octopus monster. The people of the Earth Spirit clan are really strange. They actually live in a cave. Earth Spirit, the creatures under the earth? Gu Fei's doppelganger muttered to himself. The octopus monster of the Earth Spirit clan was simply a huge moving battle platform. None of the figures on the back of the octopus monster was weak. All of them emitted an incomparably tyrannical aura. "Humph! With us here! How can we allow you demons to hurt our clansmen?" An old voice came down from the sky. "Humph! If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The Chaos Demon Ape revealed his arrogance. He directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the mountain ridges on the back of the octopus monster. In an instant he arrived in the sky. "I'll send you on your way with one punch." The chaos demon ape roared and directly punched the mountain ridges on the back of the octopus monster. The power of the extreme Tao erupted. Rumble! The entire world trembled. Even the octopus monster was affected. Feeling the danger, it instinctively reacted. 8 tentacles that were as long as the mountain ridges danced in the air, then entangled the chaos demon ape. One of the tentacles seemed to have turned into a demonic spear, piercing towards the chaos demon ape. Boom! The chaos demon ape's fist collided with the tentacle that had pierced through it, and a dull, thunder-like sound erupted. At the same time, the remaining 7 tentacles were about to entangle the chaos demon ape. A mass of demonic light rushed out of the chaos demon ape's body. This mass of demonic light instantly enveloped the chaos demon ape. Above the demonic light, there were demonic runes faintly appearing and intertwining. The 7 huge tentacles immediately submerged the mass of demonic light. However, in the next moment, a mass of demonic light broke through the 7 tentacles and rushed out. Roar! The chaos demon ape broke free from the tentacles, then roared towards the sky. Its voice shook the sky, then it spat out a weapon. It was an embroidery needle-like object. However, the green embroidery needle-like object quickly grew in size, finally turning into a long green rod. This rod was refined from demonic path black gold. It was a powerful demonic treasure. The chaos demon ape stretched out its right hand and directly grabbed the black gold rod. Then it raised the rod with both hands and smashed it towards the mountain ridges on the back of the octopus monster. The black gold rod moved quickly in the void. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated. Moreover, when the black gold rod smashed down, the rod rapidly grew in size. Like a pillar supporting the sky, it smashed towards the octopus monster. The octopus monster's 8 tentacles blocked upwards, but this time, when the black gold rod fell, the octopus monster's 8 tentacles were instantly shattered into countless pieces. What? The Earth Spirit Clan experts on the back of the octopus monster were taken aback when they saw the scene. The sky was actually raining blood. That was the octopus monster's divine blood. At this time, the black gold rod in the chaos demon ape's hand was still smashing down. It was about to smash the octopus monster and the mountain ridges on its back. However, at this crucial moment, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the Azurewood magic wand that was about to smash down. The chaos demon ape only felt the black gold rod in its hand vibrate. The huge hand actually blocked the black gold rod that was smashing down. How is this possible? At this moment, a figure appeared in the void. It was an old man in black. The old man's hair and beard were all white, but his face was rosy and full of vitality. He seemed to casually wave the hand that grabbed the black gold rod, and the chaos demon ape was sent flying with the black gold rod. How is this possible? The Tai-In demon spider in human form and the dragon-head devil in human form were inexplicably shocked when they saw this scene. They were well aware of the chaos demon ape's combat strength, but none of them expected that the chaos demon ape would be so easily shaken off. This is starting to get interesting. Although Gu Fei's avatar was a little surprised to see this, he did not show too much of an expression. He had no intention of making a move and continued to watch the show. Roar! After the chaos demon ape steadied himself, he couldn't help but roar at the sky. Then he directly attacked the old man with the black gold rod in his hand. He was extremely ferocious. A violent aura erupted from the chaos demon ape's body. "Little guy, are you courting death?" The old voice sounded again. The person who spoke was the white-haired old man with a youthful complexion. How arrogant! Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. The chaos demon ape did not stop. He waved the black gold rod in his hand and let out a strange cry. Then he swung the rod at the old man's head. However, a scene that shocked the Chaos Demon Ape happened. The old man punched upwards and collided with the black gold rod that the Chaos Demon Ape had swung down. With a dull thud, the Chaos Demon Ape felt an irresistible force coming from the black gold rod in his hand. The black gold rod shook off the Chaos Demon Ape. In the next moment, the old man's figure disappeared into the void. At this moment, Song Ke, who was standing beside Gu Fei, also disappeared. Boom! Two figures collided in the void. Then they dashed out of the void and moved quickly in the sky. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape was dumbfounded. The person who saved him was Tsang. Quebec Song Ke was extremely experienced in combat. As soon as the old man disappeared, he also disappeared. The old man's speed was too fast, but Song Ke's speed was not slow either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop him. Chapter 3405. When the Baiwu father and son were in danger, an old man from the Earth Spirit clan made a move in time and deterred the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two demon clan's experts. The Chaos Demon Ape and the other two were no match for the old man from the Earth Spirit clan. The old man even grabbed the Chaos Demon Ape's green staff and flung it away. Song Ke had no choice but to make a move. Gu Fei's clone was still watching from the side. He could not just watch the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two get killed by the old man from the Earth Spirit clan. The two figures moved quickly in the void. Both Song Ke and the old man were extremely fast. Those below the level of an ancestor could not see them. These two fellas, many people were watching the battle in the sky. The news of Song Ke taking back the Immortal Medicine Ridge had spread long ago. The impact of this battle was also very big. After all, both sides had used the power of the extreme path. The aura of the extreme path spread for thousands of miles. It was impossible not to startle people. The cultivators near the Immortal Medicine Ridge were all alarmed. Some of them ran away as far as they could. On the other hand, some experts were extremely excited. A battle between experts of this level was hard to come by. Since they had encountered it, they naturally would not miss it. However, only existences at the level of an ancestor were qualified to watch the battle. Only they could see Song Ke and the old man from the Earth Spirit clan. Boom! The chaotic golden rock's power exploded. Song Ke was using his ultimate move. Endless divine power spread out, and a chaotic golden rock that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the sky. The chaotic golden rock spread its wings, and the surrounding void collapsed. The vast divine power of the chaotic golden rock destroyed the void and crushed everything, turning this part of the world into chaos. At the same time, a heaven-devouring power spread out from the chaotic golden rock's body and pulled the old man from the Earth Spirit clan over. Song Ke, the old man, allowed the heaven-devouring power to pull him over, but his eyes were extremely sharp. When he arrived in front of the chaotic golden rock, he slapped it with his palm unhurriedly. The old man's palm strike caused the golden crow in front of him to immediately crumble and turn into streaks of chaotic golden rock chi. A powerful figure walked out from within the boundless divine power. Bam! Song Ke clashed head-on with the old man, and the two figures separated quickly. Then they stopped in the void and stood opposite each other. "Old man, you're still alive?" Song Ke stared at the old man in front of him with a trace of shock on his face. He finally recognized the old man. He was a peerless figure from the Earth Spirit clan. This peerless character was practically invincible in the entire Eastern continent. He was even able to contend against the geniuses from the Central continent. He was one of the strongest existences in the entire ancestral god realm at that time. However, this person suddenly disappeared when he was at the peak of his life. Some people said that he was defeated and died, while others said that he did not die and he just went into seclusion. There were many legends about this person, but no one knew which one was true and which one was false. The people from the Earth Spirit clan did not mention a word about this person. For some unknown reason, this person was regarded as a taboo by the Earth Spirit clan, and the clansmen were not allowed to talk about this person. However, this person had appeared again. If Sankei had not seen this person before, he might not have recognized this person. I can't believe that the little guy from back then has become the ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan. The new generation really excels the old one. The old man sighed. You were such a hero back then. How did you become like this? Sankei looked at the old man in disbelief. Back then, this person's name could intimidate many heroes and make many ambitious and ruthless people bow down to him. But now, this person had actually turned into a skinny old man. This change was simply too big. Back then, Xiong Tian was such a hero. Of course, in the current world, the name Xiong Tian had been forgotten. In the current world, there were not many people who still remembered this name. The world is unpredictable. Anything can happen in this world. What's so strange about it? Xiong Tian, an expert of the Earth Spirit clan, said indifferently. Xiong Tian, Xiong Ba Tian, this name could not be used by anyone. Now, Xiong Tian had become a small old man. However, his combat strength was still so strong that Sankei, who was once a supreme god ancestor, felt great pressure. Really? Even heroes have their twilight. It's no wonder. Let me send you on your way. What do you think? Sankei smiled. You. Xiong Tian smiled. This little guy actually wanted to kill me. If it was me in the past, this little guy would have died many times. Stop talking nonsense, you two. Hurry up and fight. At this time, a voice was heard from afar. When Sankei heard this voice, he knew that it was Gu Fei's doppelganger who spoke. It turned out that Gu Fei's doppelganger was getting impatient. These two fellows kept fighting and stopping. How long would it take for a victor to be decided? Swoosh! Sankei disappeared in the void. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already in front of Old Man Xiong Tian. He threw a punch at Old Man Xiong Tian. Boom! Sankei's fist emitted a dazzling, chaotic golden light. The void was directly shattered and destroyed. This punch seemed to be able to destroy everything. Interesting. Old Man Xiong Tian immediately retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air that hadn't dissipated yet. However, Sankei's fist followed him and continued to smash towards Old Man Xiong Tian. The chaotic, golden rock divine power exploded and shattered the void. Little guy, not bad. You can hit me with a little more strength. Old Man Xiong Tian said expressionlessly. He was still retreating and did not attack. He did not seem to be in a hurry to deal with Tsang, Quebec. However, just as Sankei and Old Man Xiong Tian were fighting, a divine mountain flew over from afar and floated in the void. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the divine mountain, suppressing the entire sky to the point where it seemed like it was about to collapse. At the peak of the divine mountain, a young man in black stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at the two strong cultivators who were fighting in front of him. His eyes were shining brightly. Around him, there were images of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The images of the four ancient divine beasts were faintly discernible. The aura they exuded was shocking. Who is this person? He has such an aura. Someone said in shock. You don't know him? Someone said something like that. Who is he? Is he famous? Someone said disdainfully. Those who dared to watch from the side were all arrogant. No one would admit that they were inferior to others. He's the young master of the deity clan. You actually don't know him? You're too ignorant. Did you come from a remote place? Someone said disdainfully. What? He's the young master of the deity clan? Everyone was stunned. The deity race's young master's fame had already spread throughout the entire eastern continent. However, this fellow was mysterious and unfathomable. Not many people had seen his true appearance. I heard that the young master's cultivation is already catching up to his father's. Looks like it's true. Someone said, the deity clan was a great clan in the eastern continent. There were many experts in the clan, especially the leader of the deity clan. He was publicly recognized as one of the strongest existences. This was also where the deity clan's confidence came from. It was also why the deity clan dared to snatch Tsankei's food and occupy the immortal Medicine Ridge. However, the deity clan would never have imagined that Tsankei had Gu Fei backing him up. Tsankei could go against the deity clan without any worries. If he didn't have Gu Fei backing him up, it was unknown whether Tsankei would dare to go against the deity race. The young man from the deity clan is here too. Elder Tianxiong said. At this moment, Yu Qiong was already hiding somewhere. He didn't dare to appear in front of the young master of the deity clan. He didn't want to be removed from the clan. The young master of the deity clan? Gu Fei's clone, who was sitting on a chair in the sky, leisurely watching the battle, heard those people's words. That incomparably arrogant guy was actually the young master of the deity clan. That black-clothed youth came from the divine mountain. His arrogance and insufferably arrogant made Gu Fei's clone feel disgusted. Yu Qiong, where are you? Gu Fei's clone said. Although his voice was soft, it was still heard. At this moment, the black-clothed youth on the divine mountain seemed to have heard Gu Fei's clone's words. He turned around and looked at Gu Fei's clone. Master, don't. I don't want to be removed from the deity clan. Yu Qiong's voice rang in Gu Fei's clone's mind. I don't care. Hurry up and take down that young master of the deity clan. Gu Fei's clone said impatiently. This Yu Qiong, who was hiding in the dark, hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still walked out of his hiding place. Elder Yu, so it's really you. The black-clothed youth was surprised to see Yu Qiong. Wasn't Yu Qiong supposed to be guarding the immortal Medicine Ridge? When did he come out? How dare you leave your post when you're not at the immortal Medicine Ridge? The black-clothed youth on the divine mountain said. His gaze became fierce and fierce. Leave your post without permission? I've had enough of you and your son. I'm going to rebel. Do you understand? I'm going to rebel. Yu Qiong roared furiously. His face turned sinister. What, rebel? The black-clothed youth was shocked and furious. One should know that Yu Qiong was an elder of the deity clan. An elder's betrayal was definitely something that could shake the entire ancestral god realm. What did you say? Are you crazy? Chapter 3406. At this moment, many powerful existences had gathered in the vicinity of the immortal Medicine Ridge. Many powerhouses were still rushing over. Just as Tsankei was fighting the legendary old man Tianxiong of the Earth Spirit race, the deity race's young master arrived on the divine mountain. This shocked many cultivators. The deity race's young master was a little mysterious. In the entire ancestral god realm's eastern continent, only a few people had seen his true appearance. Even at this time, his appearance was still blurred and no one could see his face clearly. The aura of the deity race's young master merged with the aura of the divine mountain beneath his feet. The two blended into one. Those old fogies were shocked to see the scene. This young master of the deity race truly lived up to his reputation. Everyone was surprised by the young master's strength. At this time, Gu Fei's clone ordered old ancestor Yu Qiong to personally capture the young master of the deity race. Although old ancestor Yu Qiong was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to act. Because he didn't want to die, the young lord was out of luck. Elder Yu, what are you doing? Seeing Yu Qiong approaching him step by step with ill intentions, the deity race's young master couldn't help but be indescribably shocked. Could it be that this fellow had really rebelled? Humph. Yu Qiong smiled bitterly. What else can I do? I'm going to capture you and hand you over to Master. The deity race's young master couldn't help but fly into a rage when he heard this. You really want to rebel? You should know the consequences of betraying the deity race better than anyone else. I have no choice. I have no choice. Do you think I'm willing? Yu Qiong was furious. Who would be willing to betray their own race if they weren't under someone else's control? You're being controlled. I can save you, the young lord said. Ha! As soon as the deity race's young master finished speaking, a loud laugh came from afar. Swoosh! The deity race's young master's gaze immediately fell on the person who had let out the laughter. It's you? How dare you control my clansmen? You're courting death. The young lord stared at the guy who was leisurely eating an immortal fruit on a chair. This guy was Gu Fei's clone. He almost burst out laughing when he heard the young lord's words. This guy dared to threaten him? Who is the one courting death? Gu Fei's doppelganger said disapprovingly, Humph. 2 beams of divine light shot out from the eyes of the deity race's young master, who was standing at the peak of the divine mountain. The 2 beams of divine light instantly transformed into 2 light blades that cut through the void and slashed at Gu Fei's clone. On the other hand, Gu Fei's clone merely stretched out 2 fingers and flicked them casually, but the 2 light blades were deflected. What? The young master of the deity race on the divine mountain couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. Little fellow, surrender yourself. At this moment, Yu Qiong had already arrived in front of the young master of the deity race. Haha, Elder Yu, it looks like you've gone senile. You actually dare to ask me to surrender? The young lord of the deity race said coldly. Looks like this Yu Qiong is determined to rebel. Of course. He knew that Yu Qiong had no choice but to do so. Yu Qiong was an ambitious person after all. He would do anything to survive. However, no matter what, Yu Qiong must be punished for his betrayal of the deity race. There was only one way for the deity race to deal with traitors, and that was to kill. Then I'm sorry. Yu Qiong did not waste any more time. He took a step forward and extended his hand. 5 beams of divine light shot out from his hand and transformed into 5 divine chains that wrapped around the young lord of the deity race on the top of the mountain. At the same time, the divine mountain beneath the young lord of the deity race trembled. A vast wave of divine power immediately spread out from the divine mountain. A layer of divine light enveloped the entire divine mountain and the young lord of the deity race on top of it. The 5 divine chains that shot out from Yu Qiong's hand were immediately blocked by the layer of divine light on the divine mountain. They could not even get close to the young lord of the deity race. However, in the next moment, Yu Qiong clenched his fist and smashed it towards the layer of divine light. When his fist collided with the layer of divine light, his fist turned golden. Bam! With a muffled sound, Yu Qiong's golden fist smashed through the layer of divine light that emerged from the divine mountain. His golden fist smashed into the divine mountain beneath the young lord of the deity race's feet. The divine mountain immediately shook. However, to Yu Qiong's surprise, the divine mountain was only shaken by his golden fist. It did not receive any impact. Since you have betrayed the deity race, then hand over the Dao Bone, the young lord of the deity race said. His tone was extremely firm. Yu Qiong had an extreme Dao Bone on him. It was an important treasure of the deity race. Come and take it if you can, Yu Qiong said as he shook his arm. An extreme force immediately erupted from his arm and dispersed the layer of divine light around him. Kill! The young lord of the deity race was infuriated. He roared and waved his hands. Black energy rushed out from his hands and transformed into a shocking sword light that slashed towards Yu Qiong. Buzz! Yu Qiong's body vibrated. Then a ball of golden light emerged from his body and enveloped him within it. The streaks of sword light slashed at the golden light barrier around Yu Qiong's body and directly shattered it in the void. This, the young lord of the deity race, was shocked and quickly retreated. However, he was still one step too late. Yu Qiong's right hand quickly expanded and grabbed the young lord. Roar! the young lord of the deity race was shocked and angry. He roared towards the sky, his voice shaking the sky. He was venting his dissatisfaction. He desperately urged the energy in his body to break free from Yu Qiong's hand. However, Yu Qiong had already fused with the golden Dao bone. However, the young lord of the deity race also had some good stuff on him. This was also the reason why Gu Fei's clone wanted to capture the young lord of the deity race. At this moment, a divine mountain charged towards Yu Qiong. A wave of extreme Dao-level energy rippled from the divine mountain. Not a bad treasure. When Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the black mountain, his eyes lit up. This magic treasure could unleash the power of the extreme Dao realm. At this moment, the divine mountain had already collided with Yu Qiong's fist. Yu Qiong felt a powerful force coming from the divine mountain, causing him to take a few steps back uncontrollably. What? Yu Qiong was shocked. Although he was an elder of the deity race, he was not a quasi-supreme being. Therefore, no one knew what was hidden in the depths of the deity race's ancestral ground. Just as Yu Qiong was distracted by the sacred mountain that was charging towards him, the deity race's young master, who was in his hands, took the opportunity to break free. As soon as the young master of the deity clan broke free, he immediately attacked Yu Qiong. A golden Dao bone appeared in Yu Qiong's hand, and an extremely tyrannical aura spread from the golden Dao bone. The young lord's eyes lit up when he saw the golden Dao bone in Yu Qiong's hand. He knew that the golden Dao bone was also an important treasure of the deity race. But now, the golden Dao bone was in Yu Qiong's hand. At this moment, Yu Qiong was serious. He attacked with all his might, wanting to capture the young lord in the shortest time possible. However, the young lord of the deity race lived up to his name. His cultivation was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an easy task for Yu Qiong to capture the young lord in the shortest time possible. The two experts started fighting. Both of them possessed powerful Dao weapons. Their cultivation and battle prowess were equally matched. It was difficult to determine the winner of this battle. Rumble! The entire world was shaken by the two vast and mighty forces of the extreme Dao. Just as Yu Qiong and the deity race's young master were fighting, the demon god's battle had finally come to an end. The demon god's strength was unparalleled as he tore his opponent into two. He was extremely ferocious. The battle between Song Ke and Old Man Tianxiong was also difficult to determine. Although Old Man Tianxiong looked thin and weak, his cultivation and battle prowess were frighteningly high. Even Song Ke, who was once a supreme god ancestor, felt great pressure when facing such an existence. At this moment, more and more experts heard the news and rushed over to the Immortal Medicine Ridge. They wanted to watch the show. In the sky outside the Immortal Medicine Ridge, the four experts were fighting. Old Man Tianxiong was extremely powerful. He forced Song Ke to continuously retreat. This made Song Ke extremely sullen. He was almost unable to fight back against an old man. Roar! Song Ke roared angrily. The chaotic golden rock's divine power exploded from his body. The entire void collapsed and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. These spatial cracks rushed towards the distance like lightning. Divine rock spreads its wings. Song Ke shouted loudly. His two divine wings immediately tore through the clothes on his back as he charged out. A violent aura exploded, causing the cultivators who were watching the battle nearby to be extremely terrified. After that, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The golden feathers on Song Ke's wings flew up one by one, and then they transformed into streaks of sword light. The golden feathers turned into sword radiance and directly broke through the void. In an instant, it slashed in front of Old Man Tianxiong. The cold sword qi spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. This is, among the cultivators watching the battle from afar, many of them were old antiques who had lived since ancient times. When they saw Song Ke's divine power, they couldn't help but be moved. This was the chaotic Golden Rock clan's killing technique. The golden feathers turned into sword radiance that could destroy everything. Chapter 3407. Old Man Tianqiong truly lived up to his name as the most stunning existence in the ancestral god realm during the primordial era. His first move was already extraordinary. He opened his mouth and sucked in, swallowing all the sword lights that were slashing towards him in an instant. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of method was too shocking. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but be surprised. Tianqiong Elder was much stronger than he imagined. Song Kei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Elder Tianqiong the moment he swallowed the sword light. Then, Song Kei used all his strength to send a punch towards Elder Tianqiong's face. The power of the chaotic golden rock erupted. The powerful energy wave that erupted from Song Kei's fist directly shattered the surrounding void. Bang! In the next moment, Song Kei and Tianqiong Elder separated as a deafening explosion resounded in the void. The two experts moved quickly in the void, fighting continuously. At this time, Demon God Venerable had already dealt with his opponent and walked out from the sky full of dust. However, just as Demon God Venerable came out, another powerful figure rushed over from afar and directly attacked Demon God Venerable without saying a word. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish," Song Kei said as he turned into a yin-yang divine light and pierced towards Tianqiong Elder. Wherever the yin-yang divine light passed, the void was annihilated. Tianqiong Elder didn't dodge. When Song Kei's yin-yang divine light was about to penetrate his divine body, a ball of divine light emerged from his body. Boom! Song Kei's yin-yang divine light instantly collided with Tianqiong Elder's light shield, causing a loud noise. Tianqiong Elder's protective light shield was shaking violently. However, Tianqiong Elder's protective light shield successfully blocked Song Kei's killer move. This made Song Kei very unhappy. "Do you think you're qualified to kill me?" Tianqiong Elder stared at Song Kei, who appeared in front of him, and sneered. "What did you say?" Song Kei couldn't help but get angry. This guy was obviously scolding me indirectly. How hateful. "Humph. I'll say whatever I want to say. What's it to you?" Old Man Tianqiong said disdainfully. "Your mouth is on your body. I don't care what you want to say, but I can kill you," Song Kei coldly said. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint as a powerful killing intent radiated from his body. He wasn't joking. He truly wanted to kill Old Man Tianqiong. At Song Kei's level of cultivation, once he had the intention to kill, he would need to see blood to resolve it. "TSK, don't joke around, you can't kill me," Old Man Tianqiong said disapprovingly. It was as if he did not place Song Kei in his eyes at all. This caused Song Kei to be extremely furious. He was once an extreme Tao supreme being, an invincible existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now that he had fallen from grace, he was bullied by a dog. "It's not that I want to criticize the two of you, but the two of you are too long-winded, spouting so much nonsense. When will the victor be decided?" At this moment, a voice came from the sky. When Old Man Tianqiong and Song Kei heard this, they were infuriated, but there was nothing they could do. The one who spoke was the doppelganger of Gu Fei, who had nothing to do. In the eyes of Gu Fei's clone, this battle between Song Kei and Old Man Tianqiong was simply a waste of time. The two of them spoke too much nonsense, and many people were starting to get impatient. "Kill!" Song Kei didn't hesitate and immediately charged towards Old Man Tianqiong. Countless golden rays shot out from his body and turned into golden Tao patterns that flew towards Old Man Tianqiong to seal him. A powerful sealing force burst out from those golden Tao patterns, and the entire void of heaven and earth seemed to have frozen in an instant. Old Man Tianqiong felt his body tighten as he was suddenly sealed by a sudden force. Right now, even moving a finger became abnormally difficult. "This is Elder Tianxiong's shock was no small matter. Without a second thought, he circulated all the divine power in his body in an attempt to break the seal that was suppressing him. However, in the next moment, the sealing force became even stronger, and the sound of bones grinding against each other could be heard from old man Tianxiong's body. Just as Elder Tianxiong was about to be hit, a fist appeared directly above his head and ruthlessly smashed into his skull. Old man Tianxiong felt his vision go black, and he was almost knocked unconscious by the opponent's fist. He was enraged. This junior actually dared to treat him like this. He really deserved to die. Seeing this scene, the experts of the Earth Spirit clan were dumbfounded. How dare this fella hit the old man's head? Roar! Elder Tianxiong was enraged. A terrifying amount of godly energy erupted from his body. In the next instant, cracks appeared in the void, as if it were an exquisite piece of porcelain that had been shattered. What? Song Ke immediately used the chaotic Golden Rock clan's supreme divine power, the 9 seals. 9 primordial Tao runes rushed out from his body and landed on old man Tianxiong's body. Damn it! Old man Tianxiong had already started to move, but the moment the 9 primordial Tao runes landed on his body, he was once again sealed. Swoosh! A golden light flashed by, and in the next moment, old man Tianxiong's head that was sealed by the 9 primordial Tao runes fell to the ground. How dare you! At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky. Then 9 figures descended from the sky, and every single one of them emitted a shocking divine power. The 9 experts from the Earth Spirit clan attacked at the same time. The 9 experts stood in a very specific position, and they formed a terrifying killing formation. The 9 experts' power was linked together because of this killing formation. In other words, this killing formation could gather the power of the 9 experts and unleash an earth-shattering attack. With such a powerful force and such a terrifying attack, even a quasi-supreme being would have to retreat and not face it head-on. Song Ke originally wanted to continue attacking and destroy old man Tianxiong's primordial spirit, but the 9 experts from the Earth Spirit clan had already arrived. Boom! The 9 experts unleashed their attacks, and the void that was sealed by Song Ke immediately shattered. The sealing force was also shattered. At the same time, the 9 powerful figures surrounded Song Ke, and the formation runes in the void were faintly visible. Old man Tianxiong's head flew up into the sky and into one of the caves on the back of the monster octopus. Old man Tianxiong lost this battle, and he even lost his body. Only his head was left, which made old man Tianxiong feel extremely humiliated, but he couldn't die. A 9-man formation? At this moment, everyone was surprised to see that the Earth Spirit clan was willing to use a 9-man formation to save old man Tianxiong. Is this the Earth Spirit clan's divine ability? Someone said. The 9-man formation was very powerful, and the Earth Spirit clan didn't always need 9 people to act together, but it was different now. Even old man Tianxiong wasn't Song Ke's opponent, let alone the others. Song Ke, today is the day you die. A black-bearded, middle-aged man among the 9 experts stared at Song Ke, who was trapped in the formation, and said coldly, "TSK, don't joke around. It's better not to say such brainless words." Song Ke said with a smile, "Why are you talking so much to him? Let's do it." A tanned, skinny middle-aged man said impatiently, "Kill." The 9-man formation was activated, and a terrifying killing intent surged out. The void that was enveloped by the formation instantly shattered and turned into chaos. Song Ke was directly smashed into the chaos. The 9-man formation of the Earth Spirit clan was extremely powerful, but the 9 people who formed the formation were only half a step away from becoming an old ancestor. In the primal chaos, Song Ke relied on his genuine extreme divine physique to allow the power of the 9-men killing formation to annihilate him, but it was unable to harm him at all. "Die, all of you!" Song Ke roared furiously, and a terrifying power immediately erupted from his body. Then an unimaginably powerful sword light charged out from his body, directly slicing through the space between heaven and earth. It actually broke through the power of the 9 men killing formation in an instant. He used the extreme divine weapon. What? The 9 half-step old ancestors were shocked. At the same time, a powerful force came back at them, and they were all hit by it. One of them spat out a mouthful of blood and looked exhausted. Let's fight him. The 9 half-step great ancestors didn't expect Song Ke to be so powerful. They had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. If he broke the 9-man killing formation, the backlash from the killing formation would be enough to destroy their bodies and souls. Why was the 9-man killing formation so powerful? It was because the 9 fellows who formed the 9-man killing formation could no longer turn back. They could only move forward bravely. Once a person was pushed to the edge of life and death, he would be able to unleash a much more powerful force. Rumble, the 9 men killing formation, operated crazily as the 9 half-step great ancestors desperately exerted the divine power in their bodies and poured it into the killing formation. 9 annihilating sword lights appeared in the killing formation and floated in front of the 9 half-step great ancestors. This is starting to get interesting. Gu Fei's clone's eyes lit up when he saw this. The people from the Earth Spirit clan were not completely useless. The guy who created the 9-man killing formation was definitely a genius in the field of formations. Only such a person could lay down such a killing formation.